don't know, but that cloud is a color I've never seen. It's a squall. That's no squall.
God, has anybody seen my underwear?
The infant, the adult.
Ontogeny.
Getting so close to a whole year.
Tradoon. I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
Butchering the names of these dinosaurs.
In at number 8, we have the Tradoon. Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to have you here. Happy Thursday, and happy Thursday BIRDSday to you. We're gonna have a fun one today. I hope you're ready for it. Apart from Thursday BIRDSday, it's gonna be a pretty easygoing stream. We'll see where the conversation takes us. It's gonna be a pretty freewheeling one today, I think. So, it's good to have you here. If anybody's here for the very first time, then let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach, you know? Talking about the stuff that I study, the stuff that I work on, the study that I have expertise in, and going in a lot of other directions, too. As a paleontologist, I work on fossils, dinosaur fossils in particular. That's dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. Ariella studies. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Ariella and Zinc Finger Motif.
That 12 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Derner Jaeger, TMK DK, and Ariella Studies. How are you all doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. We were just, was just introducing myself at the beginning of the stream. It's beautiful timing, really. How did your stream go,
Just ask
Ariella?
a scientician. He'll tell you that in nature.
He will tell you. Derner Jaeger, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Been infected with mochi madness. It's science time. Yes, indeed. Science. Good stuff. And Clickfang, how are you doing? Welcome. Thank you for infecting us with some more science. Ariella Studies. Tell me how your stream went. I want to hear all about it, if you don't mind sharing. I know you might be tired at the end of a stream. I understand that. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here, everybody. Ice Bunny says, I think my question got lost. We'll get to that in a little bit. I did see it. We don't really have to worry about stuff like toxic waste when we're digging for dinosaurs for the most part. There's very, very rare exceptions to that. I can think of only like one exception. But we'll talk about that. There's other much more dangerous things to account for in the field, things to think about, things to watch out for. But yeah, toxic waste is usually not one of them. One thing that I think we might want to watch out for right now, actually, a good thing, is previously recorded Danny, who is sauntering up a little bit early today to introduce some new folks to the channel. Ariella Steady says, "Hi, I'm okay. I'm here now. Took my work computer a second to adjust ending stream." No worries, Ariella. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Ariella, for your wonderful raiders, some of whom are new to the channel, I think we might hand things over briefly to previously recorded Danny, who's walking up behind me right now. He'll tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, why in the world a paleontologist is here on a platform like Twitch, all that good stuff. So thank you again for the raid, Ariella Studies, and previously recorded Danny. Why don't you do what you do best?
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So, we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about. And now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. And to everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And, Kick Thang, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And thank you very, very much to Ariella Studies for that beautiful raid. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Now you've got an idea about who I am, what I'm doing here. But I'm working on some updated versions of that video with previously recorded Danny. Because that one's from a while ago. He was previously recorded very previously at this point. In the time since then, as Claire Burr was pointing out, I've actually moved to streaming here on Twitch full time, and it's been a dream come true to be able to do that. I do still do some teaching on weekends, but for the most part, this is how I make my living. This is how I fund my research and my fieldwork. This is how I do my outreach. You know, we're kind of getting two birds stoned at once here. Paying the bills and doing outreach at the same time. And sometimes doing actual science on stream as well, whether it's, you know, doing illustrations for upcoming papers, which I've got some coming up, or whether it's doing fieldwork live. This past summer, I was streaming from Utah and Wyoming, digging up dinosaurs live on stream. It is, to my knowledge, the first
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Well.
Or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Darth Goof, thank you for the 30 months of support. That's a long time, Darth Goof. That's, it's almost a whole year, isn't it? Thank you, Darth Goof. And thank you, Bojangle Jenkins, by the way, for those 100 bits 8 minutes ago. Sorry, I didn't catch that immediately. We were turning things over to previously recorded Danny. But I appreciate that, Bojangle. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this summer, I was out in the field digging up dinosaurs live on stream. And to my knowledge, this is the first time that anybody's ever actually done, like, the majority of... Well, the first time they've ever, like, live-streamed...
What a clunky interface.
Fossil fieldwork for more than...
Can you see or hear me right
an
now?
hour or two.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. Now let me see if I can get this to work. This refuses to work with my password. I'll just...
Anyway, live broadcast,
Look at
you
the
know, that's
setup.
how it goes.
Someone
Yeah.
was asking about this. This is the only reason I can broadcast from the remote desert of eastern Utah right now. We've got a satellite dish right there, router, solar battery station, and let's turn these panels around so they actually get a bit more juice, because right now the sun is up there. We gotta turn these.
Somebody's having a working Starlink? Yeah, Claire Burr. Cross your fingers, it continues to work.
There we go.
The first one I had never worked out of the box. And it was
so
a
for
real
those of you who
pain
were here
trying to get support
yesterday
for that.
afternoon, you probably recall that we got
Yeah.
a sudden sandstorm that blew through, and it nearly completely destroyed my tent. It busted the top tube like on a bicycle, but the the spring bar on the top of the tent just bent it like a taco. But luckily I was able to fix it by taking a big steel tube that's left over from our garage structures over there in camp, and then using it like a splint with some mechanics wire and some duct tape.
Yeah.
And now the tent is standing again, but holy cow, was that a poor design?
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. How many containers of sunscreen did I bring to fieldwork? I think 3, Kick Thing, yeah. Yeah. But most of the time we're working underneath these tarps. The shade tarps. These are what make this kind of work possible. Because it gets extremely hot. To the point where it's almost unworkable sometimes. Yeah, let me see if I can find one of those days where it was really, really hot. Let's try like August 6th, maybe. I think this is a pretty hot one. But I had a little thermometer
You said they did
that I could use to measure the ambient temperature.
Yeah, some of the main site we worked was actually a lot like this.
Yeah.
I can move that if you need me to. Okay.
Anyway, there's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland right there. Discoverer, namer of Utah Raptor, if you're familiar with that dinosaur. Anyway, hopefully, with any luck, I'll be out with him and Don DeBlue and the Utah Geological Survey crew.
With massive jaws filled
This
with
summer, too.
razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus rex was a terrifying sight.
Hello
Just like
everyone.
Ironheart.
Paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake, paleoscience shake, paleoscience
Ironheart, thank you
shake,
so much for the
paleoscience shake,
44 months of support there. That is extraordinary. And I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Thank you, Ironheart. You're the first one to ever trigger that new alert, by the way. Yeah, 44 months. Holy cow. Yeah. Anyway, let's get into, that question there from Bunny, right? Ice Bunny? And Steely Dan, thank you for those 100 bits. I do really appreciate that.
That gives the history of life its very
Niffler.
quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Thank you for yet another fantastic month of great content and interesting facts. I love having this learning resource that you have made so easily accessible to us all.
Thank you, Niffler, for saying that. Those are very kind words, and it's wonderful to have that kind of recognition, because that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm glad you find it useful, and I'm glad that you've been part of this community for so long. I appreciate you.
Ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
Bojangle Jenkins. 1,000 bits. Holy cow. Thank you for that. Holy moly. And Real Beerus, thank you for your follow. Welcome, welcome. Bojangle, that's a lot of bits. Thank you very, very much for that. That's excellent. Yeah. Ice Bunny wanted to know about what are the things that we have to watch out for when we're digging for dinosaur fossils. First, maybe a brief introduction to what it's like to actually go out prospecting. Prospecting is what we call it when we're looking for new fossil sites. And I tried to have a couple of kind of introductions to this concept when I was in Wyoming back in June of 2023.
Live? Let me know if anybody can see or hear me right now.
And that's not the right one. It's got to be maybe here? Yeah. Talking about
Charging,
prospecting.
excellent.
Here, let me try here.
Get some of these things published, but that'll probably be a few years. Yeah. Thing is, you can't really edit Wikipedia like that without proper references, and this stuff hasn't been published yet. So wait till it gets published in the scientific literature. Then Wikipedia can see some edits there. Yeah. But yeah,
And salamander,
Raven,
yowza.
things are going well.
Yeah.
And Just Floof says, do you use any detectors for searching what's buried under the ground? No, because they don't work. Despite what you've seen in Jurassic Park, that technology does not exist. We don't use ground-penetrating radar to find dinosaur fossils because the fossils themselves are usually about the same density as the surrounding rock. And you've got rocks buried in places too, and like being able to pick out what's rock and what's bone. You know, even if you've got a big difference between the solidity and density of the bone and the surrounding matrix, you get other stuff mixed in there too, and you get plant roots, and you get. It's just, you know, this is not easy stuff to dig in. You know.
Yep.
It's complicated. There's a lot of noise. So
Not
yeah,
just
we
audio
find
noise, but
dinosaur fossils
noise
the
in terms of,
old-fashioned
like,
way by
signal and
walking along and looking for bits of bone that are popping up on the surface.
Yeah. So in this territory, for instance, this is out in western Utah, near the town of Green River, Utah. Excuse me, not Utah. Wyoming. Green River, Wyoming. There's also Green River, Utah, which coincidentally is near where I was digging later in the summer. It's confusing. They're both on the Green River, which is an actual river. Anyway, this is near Green River, Wyoming, and Wyoming happens to be the least populated U.S. state. There are fewer people who live in Wyoming than any other state in the U.S. So there's Wyoming there in red. It's just underneath Montana.
The odds of this happening are so slim they are
Namulala,
impossible to calculate.
thank you
Then
for
on
the
top
6
of
months
that,
of support.
To actually find the fossil makes
Appreciate
the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
Yeah.
Thanks to Spartan0 for my sub gift. Have a great stream and wish me luck finding a new job as I finished my preschool teaching.
Well, good luck,
I'm trying to
Namulala.
get back into science and engineering, which is more stable in the Toyo area.
Well, Namulala, I wish you the very, very best of luck. Paleo salute to Namulala, not just for those 6 months of support, but for the job search there. I know that can be tough. I used to be a teacher, and I also work in science, and yeah, it can be tricky. So, very best of luck to you. I hope you find a job that pays you decently and offers you the respect and the fulfillment that you deserve. Namulala, thank you. Appreciate it. Ice Bunny says, so urban spaces are out of the question. Ice Bunny, usually, the kinds of areas, we were talking about this yesterday a little bit also, but the kinds of areas that we find fossils in are areas where you've got a lot of exposed rock, and that tends to be far away from civilization. It tends to be in kind of remote, windswept places where you also don't have a lot of foliage. You don't have a lot of vegetation. It's just like bare rock. You've got bedrock right there on the surface. This is actually much more green than this part of Wyoming normally looks. But it's because we got a lot of rain and a lot of snow prior to that this year. In 2024, there might be less vegetation here. These things come in cycles, but you want just beautiful exposed rock to find fossils in. What we call badlands topography, which is a misnomer because these are the best lands. They are some of the most beautiful in my opinion. Some people might call it austere or desolate, but I think it's gorgeous, just with these beautiful exposed rocks right there in the surface. And this is where you find fossils. The Radlands is more like, there you go, Steely Dan, yeah. But yeah, Badlands topography, like Claire Burr said right there, erosion. In places where the rock is eroding away too quickly for plants to take root. That same process of erosion is what exposes fossils for us to find. And we find those by walking along and looking at the ground. I think I had something to say about that here.
Erosion.
Yeah.
It's complicated. There's a lot of noise. So
Hey, Trace, how you doing?
find dinosaur fossils the old-fashioned way by walking along and looking for bits of bone that are popping up on the surface.
Yep.
Kind of let erosion do the first part of the digging for us.
Mr. Audio Propagation says that's beautiful. Isn't it? It's good to have you here, by the way. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I was looking at your name earlier, and I'm like, Imraudio Propagations. It's like, no, it's Mr. Audio Propagations. Thank you for being here.
Demonstrate again, for those of you who haven't seen yet.
Hey, Gray Fox. Howdy to you. Welcome.
Here we go. So looking through here, we've got several cairns set up near some of the bone that's already been found. So here is some dinosaur bone right there on the surface. So this might look
like much, right?
Just a regular old rock, but it is not. This is bone texture right here.
Very much bony bone texture.
So this is pretty typical of what you might see on the surface, although this is a pretty big chunk. But there is the interior of the bone.
Yep.
You can see how it looks very organic. Like, that's not just a regular rock. It's got that
scrungy,
kind of trabecular sort of texture, like the inside of a modern bone. Except this one is 73 million years old. Yeah. And so this is how we discover dinosaurs in the first place, is you walk along and you stare very intently at the ground, like I did all day yesterday. And then hopefully you find some chunks of stuff like this on the surface. And the idea is, find that, and then you look around for more pieces, and you start following them up the hill. And then where they stop, that is where you should try and dig in and see if you can actually find the stuff that's still buried. And hopefully there's more there, and you might end up with some associated remains, maybe even a skeleton, maybe multiple skeletons, like we very well might have at this site.
Sick Fang says, is it lighter than a similar size stone? You mean lighter in color or lighter in weight? It'll be generally about the same weight as a similar size stone. Maybe slightly less heavy. And the color really depends on the local lithology, on how long it's been sitting out in the sun and bleaching, all kinds of stuff. There's so many different variables here that it really takes like a practiced human eye and brain to decipher this stuff. People are always, I don't know, one of the most common questions that I got over the summer out in the field from Twitch chat was like, oh, how long until AI is able to, just find all of these bones through ground penetrating radar and then, identifying these things via artificial intelligence? And my answer to that is probably never, ever, ever. Because it's just too complicated, There are way too many variables. Yeah, AI isn't actually it's not really exactly, Lenina, yeah. So, yeah. And thank you, Kodali, for reposting that from Ice Bunny 101. The Danish island of Bornholm could be nice to look for dinosaurs in granite. Not sure about the English names of the stone. So granite is, that's an igneous rock, actually, Ice Bunny. So that's the wrong kind of rock to look for fossils. Fossils are found in sedimentary rocks. Maybe I can find you, another video about this to help explain it. Yeah, here's an old clip with Jim Jensen about prospecting. He was working in western Colorado, digging up some of the largest dinosaurs ever found at the time. And hey, Kelly Cakes, welcome.
We never dig until we see dinosaur bone coming out of the ground.
Yep.
Otherwise, we might dig forever and never find a bone.
Oh, yeah.
But to find a dinosaur bone or skeleton, one must walk a long ways, climb a lot of sweaty mountains, and go thirsty and be subjected to gnats and heat and that sort of thing. But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen before. So it's an exciting pursuit.
Oh, yeah.
This is the vertebrae right up next to the skull. It's the first one we found of this kind. Yeah, it's called the atlas axis.
For some members of Jim Jensen's crew, the quarry is also a classroom.
Yep.
The excitement of a dinosaur hunt brought Rod and Mike Sheets to this site. The two boys found their first fossils when they were on a family picnic. They were
Rod
soon
Sheets
caught
still
up
works
in
in
the world of
paleontology, I think.
dinosaurs.
I first started working in this quarry 3 years ago, and I worked in a certain area with my little brother, along with Dr. Jensen.
HD says he has your hat.
My last project I worked on in
It's a sun
school
helmet.
was on dinosaurs in general. But right now I'm working in the quarry. At the same time I'm working on pterosaurs, pterodactyls, pteranodons, and I'm thinking of two things at the same time. Off work I'll imagine a pterosaur flying through the air, and yet also thinking about what I'm going to do tomorrow in the quarry.
Yeah, so thank you, Lenina, for bringing up that command. Yeah, Jim Jensen here, he was kind of famous for wearing a sun helmet when... This used to be more common among paleontologists, in like the early 20th century, but it kind of became Jim Jensen's trademark. I also wear a sun helmet in the field when it's really, really hot out. So in Utah this summer, when it was above 40 degrees Celsius pretty much every day, you know, it got up to like 115 Fahrenheit. It got pretty hot this past summer. This is the perfect piece of headgear for that. This is a military surplus sun helmet. It is still worn by members of the United States Armed Services under certain circumstances. So I think it might be the U.S. Marine Corps, or like riflery instructors or something. They will wear these. But it is pretty much the ideal head covering in the field because of its design. Not only does it shield your head from the sun, it's light colored, so it's got a high albedo. It reflects most of the UV rather than absorbing it. But on the inside, there is this band that goes around that separates your head from the helmet itself. So you can get air that actually flows up and around over the top of your head. The design of this basically, like, it almost creates natural air conditioning. Where if there's even the slightest breeze, this will take that breeze and just go over the top of your head to wick away the sweat and help, like, your body's natural perspiration cool you off. So unlike a cowboy hat or something where it like forms a seal around your head, this does not form that seal. There's that layer of air around there, you know, around the perimeter of your head and over the top as well. So it's pretty excellent. An extraordinarily practical piece of headgear. I'm not a big fan of like cowboy hats and stuff like that. They are too expensive and too delicate. They're too prone to flying off of your head, you know, in a breeze. It seems like it's more for show than for actual practical application, in my experience at least. This, or a leather hat, which is what I wear when it's either cold or not super hot. I use those, you know, I find those a lot more useful. This is essential when it is super, super hot out. Yeah. And it's not like a hard hat. It is kind of like a hard hat in that it's got that band around it, Gray Fox. But it's not as hard as a hard hat. It's much more lightweight. It doesn't really put strain on your neck like a hard hat might over time. And it's not going to offer nearly as much protection as a hard hat will. This is not about protection from falling objects or from blows to the head. It's protection against heat and sun. If that makes sense. Yeah. So yeah. I'd love a hat like that in the summertime. Yeah, Rhacodactylus. Funny, my old boss and crew chief, my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, used to kind of make fun of me for this. But he was from he's from the UK. He's from the north of England, near Manchester. You go, oh, I could never wear a hat like that. I'm like, yeah, Denver, because you're British. It would be in poor taste. But as an uncouth American, here in the United States, the sun helmet like this is not necessarily a symbol as much of like British imperialist malfeasance. It's more, I don't know. When I see a sun helmet like this, I think of the U.S. Postal Service. I think of mail carriers on a hot day. In their sun helmets and their shorts, delivering the mail in blazing heat. Or I think of resistance fighters in Vietnam, the North Vietnamese Army or the Viet Cong, who also used sun helmets. I know this is a U.S. military sun helmet because that's what's available to me, but it's got a different connotation, I feel, in the United States than it might in places like Europe, you know? Yeah. So anyway, have you swung over a sand pit yet? I've jumped over sand pits, Mr. Audio Propagations. I've driven through them. But yeah, not quicksand, if that's what you're talking about. Quicksand is not nearly as common as I was led to believe when I was a child. You know, I thought, oh, as an adult, I'm gonna have to watch out for quicksand all the time. You know, I thought this is just one of those hazards that the world presents to you that you have to watch out for. And you know what? My life in adulthood has been almost entirely devoid of quicksand. Yeah. Anyway. There goes Steely Dan, yeah. Gray Fox is for real. I expected it everywhere when I was outdoors as a kid. I know, right? Maybe that was a thing in the 80s and 90s. Just all of this quicksand in different media. Yeah. Don't believe everything in movies. Exactly, Miss Yvette. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, do I talk more about prospecting here? I probably do.
So yeah. And Floof says here, just saying I could find that if I walked there. I mean, yeah. Yeah, although it usually takes a good deal of experience to be able to tell what's rock and what's bone. It took me a little while, like almost a whole field season, before I really got that. I really felt confident being able to tell what's rock and what's bone. Yeah, there's some more bone right there. You got that characteristic bony texture. And if you get really good at this kind of thing, you can tell what broad group of dinosaurs it is just based on the texture.
So and the wind. That Wyoming wind.
Dinosaurs have kind of a glassy, smooth texture on the surface of their bones. Yeah, a lot of, duck-billed dinosaurs have a certain texture. Horned dinosaurs have a certain texture. So these different families of dinosaur, they diverged tens of millions of years ago, before you find their bones. So they've had a long time to kind of evolve different body shapes, and that shows up in the very texture of their bones. Yeah. And those are not footprints in the rock in front of me. No, Devin, no. There's a lot of divots and stuff like that in a lot of these rocks.
Yes, indeed, Alexander Morrison, yeah. I use 8-inch or 10-inch field boots. They're usually called, hunting boots. Although the thing I'm hunting for is fossils. One of those rare vegetarians who wears, hunting boots. These look cool. I need to look into these. The ones that I used to get, the Daner pronghorn, or the ones that I really liked, and they've become prohibitively expensive. I think I have some on the Amazon wish list right now. But, yeah, these are my boots of choice. But I can't get them I can't afford them anymore. They've gone up in price too much. But these are wonderful. Best boots I've ever owned. Are they around now? They were out of stock for the longest time. Let's see here. Dana Pronghorn. Oh, they've come down a little bit in price. But can I get them in my size? I can. Okay. I'm gonna have to think about saving up for that. Unless anybody wants to get super generous. But yeah, those are fantastic. Holy cow. This is what they look like when they're worn in. But these are the boots that my boots of choice in the field. I've been going for, these ones more recently. There we go. They're not as good. They last probably about half as long. And that's not the exact same ones that I have. I've got a cheaper version than this. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And yeah, Dana Pronghorn, exactly. Thank you, Lenina. Yeah. And yeah, I know, right, Salamander? Oh boy. Yeah. And they've got that Gore-Tex. Yeah, the ones that I have right now don't have Gore-Tex. They don't breathe as well. Yeah. I know, right, Phoenix? Yeah, they're pricey. They're pricey. I think they're probably worth it, but they're more expensive than they used to be. Right, back to this.
Probably briefly. Like a fluvial environment or maybe a delta. But yeah, you might get scour marks like this from when the sediment was being laid down. River would be passing over here and dumping sediment, but at the same time the water is kind of scouring it too. Yeah. But anyhow, yeah. Gary Ankelis says, would you wear what people wore 100 years ago? It was good enough for them. A lot of the gear that we use, a lot of the clothes that some of us wear, a lot of the methods, in fact, most of the methods that existed 100 years ago are still used by field paleontologists today. There's not very many things that have changed, honestly. Here. I don't know if I have a clip for that. Shoot. Let me look. Let's see.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
There's a few more nowadays, but yeah, not very many. Trace, thank you for supporting one of them.
Are leading this expedition.
Thank you for those 5 gift subs there, Trace. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff, Trace. There are 5 people in the chat who are very grateful right now. They'll be jumping up and down in their seats because they won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Thanks to your generosity there, Trace. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for that. Good stuff. Yeah. And there you go. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon. That's a Terry Pratchett quote? There you go. Yeah. But that's very much a thing. Good boots are important if you can afford them. I can't always afford them. But people like Trace are helping me do that with that support, and I really appreciate it. Yeah. Let's see. Looking for clips. Because the way that we actually dig up dinosaurs has not actually changed all that much over the last 100, 150 years, really. Miss Yvette, thank you for the 141 bits. I appreciate that, Miss Yvette. Thank you. It's a very specific one. Thank you. Field work. Yeah, shoot. Why don't we go back to that documentary that we were looking at on Tuesday, I think it was. Let's take a look at that real quick. And, oh, nice. We've gotten up to 1,800 subscribers on YouTube. Subscribers on YouTube are essentially followers on Twitch. But, yeah. Here, let's go back to where we were with that documentary. Man, we looked at a lot of videos recently. This is cool. There we go. So this is a reality television, in the best way, program. One of those television programs about some Canadian crews digging up dinosaurs in Alberta, Canada. This will give us plenty of opportunity to talk about how dinosaurs are dug up, to talk about the various finds that they make and why it matters, and I'm sure it will prompt a lot of cool questions from you viewers. So yeah. Yeah, Lordy says, stop walking so much, Danny, and your boots will last longer. I gotta walk, like, at least 10,000 steps every day, Lordy. You know me. I'm like a dog. You gotta walk me or I'll start chewing the furniture. Just tearing stuff up. Yeah. Anyway, Lordy, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah. Let's continue here.
Back in Pipestone Creek, the Pachyrhinosaur team has to hold off their hunt. There may be a storm headed for the dig site.
Uh-oh.
Our big problem right now is the weather system's pretty unstable.
There's Phil Curry, one of the most famous dinosaur paleontologists in the world.
Over the site, otherwise, every time it rains, we have to stop work.
What's the next step, boss?
We'll put a tarp over top of the whole system, and then we'll have a tarp extending out over the quarry so that we can work.
Scott Persons, he interviewed for the job that John Scanella was ultimately selected for. Curator of paleontology at Museum of the Rockies. But yeah, I don't know. I talked to him there when he was interviewing, and yeah, I've run into him a bunch of times. So a lot of the people that we're gonna see in this are people that I know personally. The world of dinosaur paleontology, in particular, not just paleontology, but dinosaur paleontology. It's pretty small. We don't have that many people in this discipline. And so it's a pretty tight-knit community. We tend to know pretty much everybody, especially when they've been in for a while.
Extending out over the quarry so that we can work when it's raining.
Now Curry needs to protect the site, or he risks losing any clues to what killed a whole herd of Pachyrhinosaurs 73 million years ago.
It's probably a river crossing. We already know this. I do kind of... part of this is a little bit aggravating in the fact that, in the sense that we here, let me spoil this for you. I know you're not supposed to do this, but you know what? You're with me right now. You're talking with somebody who digs up dinosaurs. And I don't want to string you along here. Let me just show you. Yeah. What probably went on at this bone bed site, like it did for these centrosaurs here.
All over the park, the life and death of the dinosaurs is engraved by the rivers here in the rock. An ancient flood.
Yes, the Dreamer says
mudslide of sand on the darker mud of the plain, and floods leave more than sand behind. At the contact between sand and mud, paleontologists look for fossils, the debris of a flooding river.
Yep. And there's a young Phil Curry there.
A little heap of broken bones, all that's left of a baby dinosaur.
Yep.
Millions of years ago, rivers in flood swept up bones and living animals and carried them downstream.
Yep.
When the flood abated, they were deposited, often on a point bar where the flotsam of a river collects. Gathered over time, these bones became fossilized. Bone beds, the dismembered remains of hundreds of different animals.
That is David Suzuki.
Together by
Nobody's ever recognized him before. That's awesome. Yeah.
One can easily see how the currents have affected the bone bed here, because the majority of the bones will align themselves parallel to the current that was running through the region 75 million years ago, or perpendicular to the current.
And so, yeah, like, this is why we take like detailed notes at sites like this. This is why we create quarry maps, is that we can pick out patterns like that. It's like, well, all of the long bones are all going north-south, or something like that. Or the ribs are oriented perpendicular to that. From that, we can actually tell what direction the river was flowing, 80 million years ago, or however old. This is probably about 75 million years ago here. It's really cool stuff, Yeah. And Gary Ankelis says, is this upsetting any geologists or landscape artists or anyone seeing humans walk across and dig this stuff? There are no geologists or landscape artists. This is way out in the middle of nowhere, Gary Ankelis. Yeah, and the thing is, we might dig at a site like this. We might knock down half of a hillside in an extreme circumstance to get at the fossil bones within. But afterward, we're usually very, very careful to not leave any trace whatsoever. Not a single scrap of a candy wrapper. Not a single large piece of plaster. We pick everything up. It's a leave no trace kind of mentality. And these are environments where the stuff is eroding so quickly. This rock is being weathered so fast by the elements that within a couple years, you might never know that anybody was there. This whole pit will just be smoothed over by erosion. Yeah. Trace, yeah. So yeah, it's way different from, well, shoot, even if you have like a campfire in an area like this, that will leave more evidence than your typical like dinosaur dig site. The remains of a campfire that you build, even just for one night, that might be more of a scar on the landscape than digging up several dinosaur skeletons. Does that make sense? Yeah. As paleontologists, we have a deep and abiding love and appreciation for this land. We do not want to mess it up. This is not like strip mining. It's more like... It's not like a mining operation. It's more like, I don't know, a coyote or a badger digging a burrow or something, It almost feels like natural to the landscape. And similar to a coyote or badger burrow, it can be difficult to relocate. Shoot, there have been so many times when I have tried to relocate sites in which a Triceratops skeleton was excavated 5 years prior or something, and we just we can't find it. Because it's that area has just been reclaimed by the land. And part of that is that sometimes when you disturb this area, when you dig in a little bit and move around some rocks, that loosens things up so that plants can take root. Any seeds that are there in the air, suddenly they can gain a foothold. They can put down roots, and then you've got like this abundance of plant life that grows in old dinosaur quarries. It's kind of magical, really. It's a headache to try and relocate old sites because they don't look like anything. It's incredible sometimes how non-invasive our work is on the landscape. You know, just driving a truck through a field will leave more of a scar than us digging for an entire summer, or maybe several summers, at a fossil site digging up dinosaurs. As long as we pick up our trash, which we always, always, always do. Oh, yeah. Yeah. TMK says, did you not have a campfire last time you were there? No. In Utah, we didn't do campfires because it was too hot out. Like, if it's 85 degrees after the sun goes down, you don't want to build a fire. It's too hot, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, minor scale extraction from the strata. Exactly, Alexander Morrison. Exactly. Yeah. And keep the bugs away. Honestly, Rusty Guy, where we were digging in Utah this past summer, it was too hot and too desolate even for the bugs. I'm not kidding. Where we were working in Utah, it can be incredibly inhospitable out there. Yeah, in areas like this, you know, I was telling Ios and Lordy, the first summer that I was out here, in this particular little valley in eastern Utah, I saw, I think it was 11 birds in 3 weeks. I'm pretty sure, most of that was the same 2 birds that I saw 5 times. And then I saw a turkey vulture another time to bring it to 11. It is so incredibly desolate out there that, we didn't have to worry about mosquitoes. We didn't really have to worry about biting flies. We didn't have to worry about gnats. There's just nothing out there. It's wild. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't see any snakes the first year, but this year I did see some snakes, Gemini Woods. The last couple days that we were in the field, out there in Utah, I saw a bunch of snakes, and I had to relocate some of them because they were in the middle of camp. Oh, and I also saw this beautiful collared lizard, and I got some good photos of. Just gorgeous. Look at that beautiful animal. Holy cow. Because, the last couple days, the non-avian reptiles really came out in force. But, I was really lucky, not lucky, it's a good thing, that I brought my snake stick with me. Because, there were these pygmy prairie rattlers, I believe they were. There were 3 of them that showed up near camp, and I relocated all 3 of them. Beautiful animals. Beautiful, beautiful. So, took those, put them into this plastic tote, and, walked them a few hundred meters from camp and let them go in what looked like some prime habitat where they might be able to catch a mouse or a vole or something, maybe, if those animals exist there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That one could give you a bad day? Well, they don't want to bite you. They don't want to waste venom on some big, dumb mammal that they can't eat, you know? They can only eat things that are about this wide, so they're going to be very hesitant to bite you unless you really, really scare them or make them mad. So, yeah. But it's best to just relocate them. And so that's what I did. Yeah. Hunter of lizards, says Alexander Morrison. Yeah, they probably were going after lizards. I saw some more of those collared lizards. But yeah, it was interesting. Most of the time, we would just not encounter any vertebrate animals. Not birds, not amphibians, certainly. Not reptiles, and I think I saw one mammal the whole time, the whole summer. A little pack rat. Mammals, except of course for our paleontologists, you know? Like Papa Jim here. Jim Kirkland. We went to the Moab Rock Shop, and Jim zeroed in on this this Zool ankylosaur model. He's like, "Yep, I really want this one, but you know it's just not in the budget right now." And I said, "You know what? I've got a few extra bucks. I'll buy that for you, Jim." So, like, let me take a picture first, though. Jim was pretty happy. Yeah. 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 Oh, and there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. I don't know. They're the snakes that we saw were so few and far between that I didn't feel there was really any danger. It'd be different in a place like up in Alberta, where Phil Curry was working back here in the 1980s, and then closer to today. We'll go back to the other documentary, but yeah, and I haven't seen him since I got that Lego, but I will get that to him, Dinosaur Dave. I will get that to him. The Gastonia one, you bet. Yeah.
And the best indicator we in fact have for direction of current are the vertebrae, because the vertebrae have a very heavy lower end.
Yeah, the centrum.
Light wing-like upper side that align themselves in current such that they always point downstream.
Yep.
Most bone beds are a random assembly of bones from animals that died elsewhere from a variety of causes. They shed light on the ecology of the area, the different species of animals that live together here. But this particular bone bed is different.
This bone bed is about half the size of a football field, and since 1979 we've excavated less than 20% of it. Yet in that 20% we've discovered more than 50 individual specimens of an animal called Centrosaurus.
Yeah, Centrosaurus. And Steely Dan, I just showed you a collared lizard that I photographed. Maybe you just popped in here. But we had a gorgeous collared lizard who was very obliging. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Really lovely. Check that out. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'd never seen one so close before. That was kind of magical. This is on like a couple days before we left. To go back to civilization. Yeah. Gorgeous animal. Just amazing. Right? Beguiling fangs? Yeah. Incredible. This is the collared lizard. Let's look them up on the old Tree of Life here. They are, I think they're agamid lizards, but I'm not totally sure. Yeah. There we go. We've got a few different ones. Ours was, I think, not the black-collared lizard. What was this? I know I had it up on iNaturalist. I want to say it was the Sonoran collared lizard, but I could be wrong about that. Give me just a second. Let me look this up. I should have it logged on my iNaturalist account. And eastern collared lizard. It's an eastern collared lizard. This one here. Yeah. Protophytus calaris. Beautiful animal. Yeah, there you go, Steely Dan. Yeah. Yeah. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Yeah. Murph wants to know, are the dark spots by its legs eye spots? You know, I don't know. That might be more of a shadow there, or a crease. There's some of our jackets that we, I wanted to document the jackets that we had. Yeah, look at that critter. Beautiful. Look at you. quite the looker. An early stingray. Interesting, Alexander Morrison. Yeah. Is the beach coming? Nice, nice. And last year, this past field season, but the field season before, I came back from the field back to California and did some beachcombing, and there were all of these dead rays. Dead, California bat rays. Myleobatis californica. That had washed up on the beach because there had been an algal bloom event. Sad stuff, but that sort of thing today is sad. 75 million years ago, maybe also sad, but it's also a wonderful thing for us as paleontologists. The misfortune of animals like these centrosaurs here becomes our... something for us to celebrate, in a way. Take a look.
In 1979, we've excavated less than 20% of it. Yet in that 20%, we've discovered more than 50 individual specimens of an animal called Centrosaurus.
Yeah.
It's a large horned dinosaur looking very much like a rhinoceros.
It didn't look like a rhinoceros. I don't know. Phil Curry is like, he's trying to make this relatable, but I think that's too far. Centrosaurus looked like this. That's pretty decent Centrosaurus right there. There's a really nice one too. Centrosaurus. Yeah. Oh, I really like this illustration in particular. That's beautiful. Centrosaurus. Related to Triceratops. It's a horned dinosaur, member of Ceratopsia. Yeah. Their tragedy, your treasure. There you go, Cast the Dreamer. There you go. Yeah.
In one bed, up to 300 animals of the same species. In such a large population, the variation in body and brain size can be studied, and the age distribution of the herd at the time of death can be established. This information helps to explain the mystery of how they got here. A great herd of centrosaurs lying together on a point bar in that long-lost delta.
This region would have looked very much like the southern part of the United States now, both climatically and environmentally.
Yeah,
large
like the Louisiana Bayou.
Sorts of forests and swamps and streams and so on. And the Centrosaurus, being a very large animal, probably would have been free to move across all of these microenvironments, seeking whatever food it liked. One would presume that a good explanation for the demise of the herd that we see here is that they're trying to cross a river in flood, and that many of the animals drowned there.
Beautiful illustration here. I love this painting.
A catastrophe can be read from the bones of its victims.
Yeah. Thank you, Stavros, there, for your continued support.
In this herd of African wildebeest, most of the animals are mature adults. In the natural course of events, it will be the vulnerable ones that die. The very young.
And Cast the Dreamer says, today I learned about the term point bar. Yeah, it is a very important term when we're talking about fluvial geology. The geology of like stream or river systems like that. And Cast the Dreamer, that's beautiful what you said about it. The point bars at my local river are nice sandy spots to sit. Last time I went there were a bunch of dead plecos there. Plecostomus fish, really. Interesting. Yeah, a point bar is like a kind of a sandy rise in the riverbed or stream bed. Yeah, here, take a look at... What is a point bar? Take a look at this. Some like kind of fluvial geology 101. Yeah.
Hello guys, so today we talk about what is point bar in geology.
Okay. Let's do it.
So point bar are depositional landforms, forms due to the running water. It is also known as meander bars.
You know, big salute to people from the subcontinent who produce all of these YouTube videos like this. Good stuff, you know?
while the convex
God bless
side is
him.
known as slip-off. How
Yeah.
points bar are forms. So a
I
river
feel like
with
this is
just
for
enough
a
flow of the linear
class
flow of running
or
water,
some sort of online course or something like
it
that.
can be divided into 3 stages on the basis of its course. The upper course are youth stage.
Here's a
This
link to
stage
this
is
one.
dominated by erosion. Middle course are mature stage.
Yeah, a
This
sandbar,
stage is
basically,
dominated
Madam
by
33, yeah. But it's, here, let's try this one. From Dr. Hurt, maybe?
The following is a time-lapse video of a stream table modeling point bar formation.
Yeah,
what you
cool,
see
cool,
here
cool.
is a winding river called a meander.
Oh, if you've never had the chance to work with a stream table, this is such a cool thing. And I was always honestly a little bit jealous of the like sedimentary geology students and stuff. Who got to work with these. As a paleontologist, this is not something that I always got to work with. But really neat. Take a look. So this is basically like a big sandbox that you have on a table in a laboratory. And you can use this to model the dynamics of fluid moving through a system like this. And you can put different kinds of dye in the water as it's moving through. And then also there's it tilts, and so you can raise up one end of it in order to make the water run faster, or you decrease the tilt to make it run slower like this. But this is really, really important for instruction and for experimentation. So like if you want to teach students about like what do the structures look like in here? Like what are the patterns that are left by this flowing water, by this energy coursing through this system? What does it look like afterward, and how can you interpret patterns that you see in the wild? What can you say about how those were formed? This is really, really cool stuff. Yeah. I love this kind of hands-on nuts and bolts work where you can have like a microcosm of a big natural system. You could run it in miniature in a laboratory and see how it behaves. This sort of thing really tickles my fancy. It really captures my imagination. You know? Yeah. Steely Dan says looks exactly like the cool shapes you see in satellite photos. Yeah. That kind of like braiding to the system. Right there. Yeah. So as field paleontologists, it helps to know things like this because you will actually see some of these patterns in the rock that you're digging in. Yeah, anyway, back to here.
The following is a time-lapse video of a stream table modeling point bar formation.
Yeah.
What you see here is a winding river called a meandering stream.
Yep.
Water in a stream moves faster on the outside of the bend.
Yep.
Slower on the inside of the bend of the meander.
There's that point bar right there.
That outside bend is called a cut bank.
Yep.
While the inside of the bend is called the point bar.
Yeah.
Fast-moving water can carry sand or push it along the channel bed. But when the water slows down, it can no longer carry such large grains.
And so it tends to deposit those smaller grains along the inside curve right there. This is how our centrosaur bone bed in that last video formed. This seems to be a point bar. This is where, the water is going really fast around the outside and slower around the inside. Because it doesn't have to cover as much distance around the inside bend, so there's less energy there. It doesn't have as much strength as it's carrying things through, and things tend to fall out of suspension. Anything that's being carried by the waters of that river, since it's moving slower, stuff can kind of just fall down and get deposited there. Does that make sense? And yeah, this can form an oxbow lake, Trace, yeah. Yeah, eventually when this cuts through, this can become an oxbow lake around the outside.
And the sediment grains drop out and are deposited along the point bar.
Yeah.
This results in sand building up along the point bar.
Mm-hmm.
Notice that along the cut bank, the sand is just carried away and leaves the coarser grains of pebbles and gravel. In this part...
And so this is really cool in that you can actually see the sediment will be much more fine through here. It'll be smaller particles that are much more lightweight. Whereas on the cut bank, or on the like fast-moving edge, through there, the only things that will fall out will be the things that are really heavy. This is a really, really important pattern to understand, because we see this when we're digging dinosaurs. You know? Ken says, I do love the wizardry that is said strat. Isn't it cool? Very, very cool stuff. Yeah.
But now, the dinosaurs rule.
And here is a link to that right there at Cast and Camo. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here's a link to this one as well if you just want to see a stream table. Stream table basic. There you go. Yeah. Really cool stuff. Here, let me start this one from the beginning because I do feel like this is making an impact and people appreciate this. Take a look.
The following is a time-lapse video of a stream table modeling point bar formation.
Yeah.
What you see here is a winding river called a meandering
thank you,
stream.
Kelly Cakes, and thank you, Cast and Camo.
Water in a stream moves faster on the outside of the bend.
Yep.
And slower on the inside of the bend of the meander.
So, to me, this is also like a beautiful and elegant illustration of how science works, too. A science like geology, where there are patterns that we can see in nature. It's not just pure random whatever. Natural physical systems will start to exhibit patterns like this, and understanding those patterns. Thank you, Reganation, for gifting Kelly
gifted
Cakes.
12 months of tier 1 to Kelly Cakes. They've gifted 173 months in
Holy
the
cow,
channel.
Reganation. Thank you for that. Understanding those patterns helps us understand the world around us. It helps us make interpretations about how things happened in the past. We can study the present right now on something like a stream table here. And we can use that to understand the flow of water in a river 80 million years ago. Those same natural processes that happened back then are still happening today. It's just basic physics, you know? And to me, that's something that's really beautiful. Like, the natural world is knowable. We can understand it. We just have to sit there and respect it and study it. And we can figure it out. And that can lead to all kinds of cool discoveries. Yeah.
That outside bend is called a cut.
And hang on, Reganation, that slipped right past my view there. Reganation, 12 months of tier 1 to Kelly Cakes. Reganation, holy moly, thank you for that. That is deserving of some applause for certain. Thank you, Reganation. Fantastic. Reganation. That's extraordinary. Kelly Cake says, hello? Is this real life? Someone pinch me, yeah. Is this real life? What was that? David after dentist?
Yeah, I know. How did it go?
I didn't feel anything.
Yeah.
I feel
Kind of felt good, didn't it?
Is this real life?
Yeah, this is real life.
Kelly Cakes, I appreciate you. And Reganation, I appreciate you. Holy moly. Yeah. Good stuff. You know what else is real life? Point bar formation. And it's so cool to me that we can understand this stuff. You know, let's take a look at this. And Cast and Camo, ask whatever questions you might have. That's what I'm here for. It's the whole point of these broadcasts, you know? Yeah. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught on a point bar. No escape from geology. Oh, you know, there's an idea for a song right there. Holy cow. Write that down. Back to this.
That outside bend is called a cut bank, while the inside of the bend is called the point bar. Fast-moving water can carry sand or push it along the channel bed, but when the water slows down, it can no longer carry such large grains, and the sediment grains drop out and are deposited along the point bar. This results in sand building up along the point bar. Notice that along the cut bank, the sand is just carried away and leaves the coarser grains of pebbles and gravel. In this part, a fine white sand is added to the stream.
Yeah, nice.
Notice how that fine white sand is carried along and settles along the point bars, while the gravel and the coarser sediments are left behind in the deeper waters along the cut bank.
Yep. Cool stuff. Very cool stuff. And then we could get into
compared to the white.
Ooh, okay. Minute Earth. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. We could also get into oxbow lakes and stuff like that. Why do rivers curve? Let's veer in that direction here, because this is also important stuff. Yeah, and 25A fluid dynamics, a little bit. Yeah, fluvial geology is what we're talking about. Yeah. And Lenina, thank you for reposting that from Cast and Camo. What you're looking at here, the cut bank ties right into fishing rivers. Do you ever study this type of thing with how fish live in the river? That's outside of my own field. I'm not even really looking at those modern rivers. I'm looking at how they deposit dinosaur fossils. Yeah, like, you know, in a situation like this, right?
Of the same species. In such a large population, the variation in body and brain size can be studied, and the age distribution of the herd at the time of death can be established. This information helps to explain the mystery of how they got here. A great herd of centrosaurs lying together on a point bar in that long-lost delta.
Yep.
This region would have looked very much like the southern part of the United States now, both climatically and environmentally. There were a large number of different sorts of forests and swamps.
Oh, well, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Hello, welcome back. Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have too many plants for you to... You know what, let me give you a plastic plant here. Oh, where'd you go? Come here, sweetie. You were just up here. Can I give you a treat? Interest you in a bird as well? Come here. Come on up. Oh, you know that smell. There you go. You know where to get it. You know where to get it. Come up here. Here she comes. There you go, sweetie pie. Yeah. Thanks for visiting. Good stuff. Now this is one of my feline overlords here. This is Sweetie Pie. She is very sweet. That's why we call her that. She lived here before I did. Oh, and there she goes. She's not feeling very social today, I guess. But, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. We've got 3 cats here and 3 people. And, just collected the right and left. There you go, Reaganation, yeah.
streams and so on. And the Centrosaurus, being a very large animal, probably would have been free to move across all of these microenvironments, seeking whatever food it liked. One would presume that a good explanation for the demise of the herd that we see here is that they're trying to cross a river in flood, and that many...
Yeah, and that could be tricky. Anyway, when we're talking about stream tables and stuff like that, let's get into a little bit like why do rivers curve, and how do oxbow lakes form and stuff like that.
Compared to the whitewater streams that tumble down mountainsides, the meandering rivers of the plains may seem tame and lazy. But mountain streams are corralled by the steep-walled valleys they carve. Their courses are literally set in stone. Out on the open plains, those stony walls give way to soft soil, allowing rivers to shift their banks and set their own ever-changing courses to the sea.
Yeah, this is really important to understand. Like most things in nature, rivers are not eternal. They are always changing. They're a very temporary thing from the perspective of a geologist or a paleontologist. They are subject to natural forces that change them and mold them and make sure that they're always moving around, rivers.
Allowing rivers to shift their banks and set their own ever-changing courses to the sea. Courses that almost never run straight. At least not for long, because all it takes to turn a straight stretch of river into a bendy one is a little disturbance and a lot of time. And in nature, there's plenty of both. Say, for example, that a muskrat burrows herself a den in one bank of a stream. Her tunnels make for a cozy home, but they also weaken the bank, which eventually begins to crumble and slump into the stream. Water rushes into the newly formed hollow, sweeping away loose dirt and making the hollow even hollower, which lets the water rush a little faster and sweep away a little more dirt, and so on and so on. As more of the stream's flow is diverted into the deepening hole on one bank and away from the other side of the channel, the flow there weakens and slows. And since slow-moving water can't carry the sand-sized particles that fast-moving water can, the dirt drops to the bottom and builds up to make the water there even shallower and slower, and then keeps accumulating until it becomes new land on the inside bank. Meanwhile, the fast-moving water near the outside bank sweeps out of the curve with enough momentum to carry it across the channel and slam it into the other side, where it starts to carve another curve, and then another, and then another, and then another. The wider the stream, the longer it takes the slingshotting current to reach the other side, and the greater the downstream distance to the next curve. In fact, measurements of meandering streams all over the world reveal a strikingly regular pattern. The length of one S-shaped meander tends to be about 6 times the width of the channel. So little tiny meandering streams tend to look just like miniature versions of their bigger relatives.
That is really, really cool. Anybody a fan of fractals here in the chat? I bet you we've got some. But yeah, and beavers are very powerful. A lot of rodents are, Steely Dan. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Wolves as well. It's kind of astonishing how much mammals can change their environments. Yeah, and as Jandra Loon points out, with humans as a kind of mammal, we are remarkably influential, I'll say, to put it nicely, on the environments around us.
As long as nothing gets in the way of a river's meandering, its curves will continue to grow curvier and curvier until they loop around and bumble into themselves. When that happens, the river's channel follows the straighter path downhill, leaving behind a crescent-shaped remnant called an oxbow lake.
Or a billabong.
That's what a billabong is. Oi. Down by the billabong, under the shade. Interesting. I didn't know that's what a billabong was. Well.
Behind a crescent-shaped remnant called an oxbow lake.
Or a billabong.
O un lago en herradura.
Ou un bras mort.
We have lots of names for these lakes, since they can occur pretty much anywhere liquid flows.
Do we have any members of chat that recognize something in their native tongue here? Well. Yeah. it's a clothing company. Heritage, before it was ever a surfer clothing company, sort of trendy clothing nonsense. It was a geographical term. Yeah. Anyway, what is this? Hoof is mir. Starosel is something in Mandarin, probably. I don't know what that is. But yeah, and he's thinking, ooh, bones? Yes, indeed. A lot of the different dinosaur sites that I have dug at, especially if they're in mudstones, like a lacustrine environment, those tend to be oxbow lakes. So, like, I dug up a big Triceratops, or I guess some people would say Torosaurus. This specimen was called JRH008, or that was the site name. Dug that up in 2012. And that seemed to have been in the remains of an ancient oxbow lake. So this is also really important for understanding as a paleontologist.
Or used to. Which brings up an interesting question. What do the Martians call them?
Yeah.
This Minute Earth video is brought to you by you, if you want to, because we've started a new crowdfunding campaign on the website.
This is cool stuff from Minute Earth. Lovely. Yeah, take a look. Anyway, yeah.
The animals drowned there.
Getting back to our fluvial deposition of these Centrosaurus.
Can be read from the bones of its victims. In this herd of African wildebeest, most of the animals are mature adults. In the natural course of events, it will be the vulnerable ones that die, the very young and the old.
Yep, but not here.
But catastrophe strikes strong and weak alike. In the midst of migration, many adult wildebeest die beside the weaker ones, crossing the flooding river. Like the centrosaurs, these bones will show a range of ages close to that of the living herd. Heaped up on the point bar, their bodies wait for dissolution. A pattern of events is written here, the same events that happened in another river, one day, 75 million years ago.
And there you go, Alexander Morrison, yes. Interesting stuff. I will give you a link to this video right here. Altwasser means old water. That makes a lot of sense, Jellyfish, yeah. And Jurate says, not many oxbow lakes in the UK. Rivers are too small and short, mostly. And there's probably been a long history of building dams and, how do you pronounce it? W-E-I-R? Is it weirs? Dams and weirs and other ways of like trying to control flowing water like that. So a lot of those oxbow lakes, the ultimate fate of any lake is to become a meadow. Lakes eventually fill in with sediment and just become like a grassy field, a meadow. Weir rhymes with ear. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Okay. Yeah. We don't really have that term here in the US as much. I've only really read it in print. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, here, let's see. I don't know if I'll be able to find you a good video about this, but essentially the the ultimate fate of any lake that exists is for it to fill in with sediment and then turn into a meadow. It's interesting stuff. Lakes are a temporary thing. Even Lake Tahoe itself, which I did a live stream from Lake Tahoe at one point, and I talked about how the sedimentation rate is very, very low at Lake Tahoe because of a number of different factors. The lake is so large that... Well, here, Cephalon Wolf, 16 months of support. Holy cow. Oh yeah.
Got a parking ticket yesterday, but I'm not sure why. The sign said, fine for parking.
You know, you should tell the city about that, Cephalon Wolf. Plead your case. Maybe they'll laugh too. Appreciate you, Cephalon Wolf. Anyway, what science would use data of oxbow lakes? Geography, geology, hydrology. It has implications for...
This was our world 225 million years ago at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
Feist. 35 months. That's swiftly approaching a full year's Feist. Thank you for your ongoing support. I appreciate you. Thank you, Feist. Earnestly, thank you for supporting me for such a long time. Yeah. But yeah. I think this might be the video I was looking for here, or one that talks about Lake Tahoe, which is a place that I was lucky enough to spend some time when I was a kid, and I still go up there once every couple years.
You are about to take a flight through and around Lake Tahoe, viewing the landscape as Earth scientists. Lake Tahoe is affected by many impacts, including urbanization, loss of clarity, invasive species, and climate change. This tour provides the underlying geologic history of the basin for a better understanding of these issues.
If you're ever in Lake Tahoe, try and visit the Lake Tahoe Science Center up in Incline Village on the north shore of the lake. But, yeah, here. There was once a tsunami in Lake Tahoe for really interesting reasons. It's pretty cool stuff.
Immediately east of the Sierra Nevada, arrows indicate a zone of shearing where California is tearing away from Nevada. The Lake Tahoe Basin is being pulled apart by this extension of the Earth's crust. The Tahoe landscape was formed and continues to be formed by powerful tectonic forces.
Yeah.
Lake Tahoe is...
And so we're watching this video with an eye toward how Lake Tahoe is temporary. And when I say temporary, I'm speaking as an earth scientist. I'm speaking as a paleontologist, you know, with understanding of geology and earth systems. Lake Tahoe will not be here forever. It'll be there for a lot longer than a lot of other lakes for a number of factors. But one of those factors, as the narrator will probably point out, is that the basin for Lake Tahoe is not much bigger than the actual lake itself. Lake Tahoe has... it's got a pretty unique. It's got a cool set of circumstances there that allow it to be incredibly clear. You've probably seen these bumper stickers that say, "Keep Tahoe blue." Class, raise your hand if you've ever seen one of these stickers before. Lake Tahoe is incredibly clear. The water in it is... There's not a lot of crud in that water. And a big part of that is because the basin for Lake Tahoe is very small compared to the lake. So when precipitation falls down in the form of rain or snow, most of that is falling directly onto the lake. It's not picking up dirt and crud and motor oil and pollution and stuff like that and flowing it into the lake. A lot of the stuff is just falling as pure precipitation onto the surface of the lake itself. Because what you see highlighted here in light green is the actual Lake Tahoe basin. Lake Tahoe is very, very deep. These are pretty steep embankments here. And so there's not a lot of sediment coming down into the lake, because the basin itself is very small compared to the lake itself. Not much runoff deposition. Exactly, Jody Fish, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and Saisank, how are you doing? Saisank, welcome, welcome.
It's ringed by mountains that form a bowl-like basin or watershed. Snow and rain captured within the watershed.
Small runoff footprint, exactly, Merriman, right?
Via 63 streams. The land portion of the watershed is only a little bigger than the lake itself, and that is one of the reasons Lake Tahoe is naturally and spectacularly clear.
Yes, indeed. What was that again? Let's hear it one more time.
Lake Tahoe is ringed by mountains that form a bowl-like basin or watershed.
Yep.
Snow and rain captured within the watershed eventually flow into the lake via 63 streams. The land portion of the watershed is only a little bigger than the lake itself, and that is one of the reasons Lake Tahoe is naturally and spectacularly clear.
Yep. Yeah, that was really the clip that I was looking for there. So it'll take a long time for this very deep lake to actually fill up with sediment because of those interesting circumstances there. Like the watershed around it is not very big. And when we say the watershed or the basin for a particular watershed is like where if any precipitation, rain or snow falls down, it runs down into the bottom of it. There's mountains all around Lake Tahoe. And so if the rain or snow falls anywhere on this kind of darker green here, that means it's going to flow away from the lake. So this is kind of the peak here along that border between the light green and the dark green. So on this side, it flows into the lake. On this side, it flows out. And Hugin, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Hugin. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Lake Tahoe is very beautiful. It really is, Sayasagi, yes. Yeah.
The three-dimensional computer image is made from measurements of the land elevation, the lake basin depth, and satellite images. The vertical scale is exaggerated so that features can be seen more easily. The landscape has been formed by three major faults. Hundreds of earthquakes have shaped the basin over the last 2 million years.
Yeah.
Erosion and glaciation add finishing touches, often concealing the faults. The West Tahoe Fault is the longest of the three. Over the last 40,000 years, the east side of the fault has dropped up to 100 feet, the height of a 10-story building. The last major earthquake on this fault, a magnitude 7, took place 4,000 years ago. Geologists say this fault is due for another earthquake.
Oh boy. Lake Tahoe residents, pay notice.
The Truckee River near Tahoe City is the only outflow from Lake Tahoe. This dam at the outlet was completed in 1913 to hold back an extra 6 feet of water for use downstream. In drought years, the lake level falls lower than the natural rim and no water flows into the Truckee River from Lake Tahoe until rain and snowmelt refill the lake above the rim.
Anyway, interesting stuff. I'll give you a link to this, but we'll get back to our dinosaur dig here. Yeah. And Trace says, thank you so much for this content, Danny. It has brought back my studies way back from the early 1970s. Trace. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you enjoy this. Thanks for being here. You know? Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Mommy Does says, California has everything, lol. Volcanoes, monster earthquakes, fires. Yeah. Landslides. Both I think the tallest mountain in the continental U.S. and the lowest elevation in the continental U.S. down in Death Valley. You know, I always like to say that California has almost all of the Star Wars planets we have here in California. From the icy tundras of Hoth, sort of, up north during the winter, to the forest moon of Endor, which was filmed in California. to places like Vasquez Rocks and, you know, oceans and plains and agricultural lands and deserts and swamps and mountains and everything else, you know? Yeah. And Patrick Crusader says, but if Lake Tahoe is so young and has no rivers going in, it does have one river going in from Pyramid Lake, which is up near Reno, Nevada. I think Pyramid Lake flows into Lake Tahoe, doesn't it? Here, I think so. Yeah.
TR4CE gifted a tier 1 sub to Huge in 9129.
But the thing is, fishes can actually travel up rivers and reach new territories like that. And sometimes they get carried by birds and stuff like that, too. Unfortunately, a lot of the fishes that exist in Lake Tahoe right now are invasive, and they were brought there specifically by people, which is not good. There are a number of invasive species, and there are... Oh... Yeah. Yeah. There's like a housing development as well that like they tried to build Dubai style like palm islands going into Lake Tahoe, and that has just created tremendous environmental havoc. All these invasive species and, you know, like decreased lake clarity, and just, it's an ecological disaster. So, anyway. Yeah. And I thought it was flowing out, says Patrick Crusader. The Truckee River flows out, but I think the river that goes from Pyramid Lake up near Reno goes into Lake Tahoe, I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah. I think so, anyway. Yeah. I think they have two. Oh, Tatooine Fall Machine, very funny. And yeah, Phoenix the archaeologist. Oh boy. There might even be a clip about that, actually. Talking about... I think it was the Tahoe Keys is what they call it. Terrible idea. Yeah. I don't know if it's in this video, actually. Oh, nope, it is. It is. Oh, boy. Yeah. Here, take a look.
Truckee River will never be returned to its pre-development condition.
There we go.
All landowners in the basin are required to minimize the amount of sediment and fine particles that flow from their property by following best management practices, or BMPs.
Yep.
Stream and wetland restoration also help to reduce the amount of sediment and nutrients reaching the lake. While the Upper Truckee River will never be returned to its pre-development condition, ongoing restoration efforts will significantly improve how the watershed functions.
And there we go. Ugh, look at this.
The area that is now the Tahoe Keys used to be a natural marsh. This wetland area was once one of the largest in the Sierra Nevada. Imagine.
And there would have been so many different species that would have called this home. So many different species of bird and amphibian and reptile and fishes. I know fishes technically includes all the tetrapods that I just mentioned, but you know what I mean. And now it's, you know, yeah.
Imagine what the marsh of the old Upper Truckee River looked like before development.
Now it's all full of yuppies.
A wetland is an amazingly effective water filter, settling the sediment and absorbing the nutrients. That filtration capacity is lost every time we lose a wetland. Restoration efforts in small constructed wetlands attempt to restore what was lost. All remaining wetlands in the basin are now protected from development. The shallow channels of the Tahoe Keys also provide fertile habitat for invasive species to gain a foothold. Invasive aquatic plants provide shelter for non-native warm-water fishes. Eurasian water milfoil and curly-leaf pondweed, largemouth bass and bluegill, none of these are native to Lake Tahoe, but they have made the Tahoe Keys their home and have migrated from there to other parts of the lake. Warming from climate change could accelerate this colonization.
Yep. It could be that some of the native species of fishes are just driven out by things like largemouth bass, which were introduced by fishermen because, oh, we love to fish bass, let's throw them into this lake. Not recognizing, or more likely not caring, that they're basically destroying this ecosystem. And this is on the California side. This is on the the town of South Lake Tahoe, which is like the largest city in the Tahoe Basin. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video again. And yeah. But welcome back, Shan. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And we do need wetlands, and there was a thing about between swamp and marsh, or swamp and wetland? I don't actually know this, but I saw this earlier. Let's take a look at this. And Itsy Bitsy Bones, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Itsy Bitsy Bones. How was your stream? I hope it was real good. Welcome back. Yeah, good stuff. I don't actually know the difference between a swamp and a marsh.
In this video, we will learn what is a swamp and what is the difference between a swamp and a marsh.
Okay.
If you look at their locations, both are almost at a similar place, closer to a water body. So both a swamp and a marsh is a wetland. Both of them has similar characteristics in their landform. However, the only difference between a marsh and a swamp is that in a marsh area, you will not find trees. You will only find grass and herbaceous plants. Whereas in a swamp, you will find trees and other woody plants. Otherwise, both of them are found at a low-lying land, which gets filled with water during rainy season or from rising water levels of a river, lake or stream. In India, if you see, Sundarban is a mangrove area. The moment you think about mangrove, you will find woody trees and plants. That means the Sundarban wetland is a swamp and not a marsh. I have told you that in a swamp, you will find trees and woody plants. Plus, it is next to the Bay of Bengal. That means it is a saltwater swamp. Similarly, if you look at the Harike wetland in Punjab, you will find grass and herbaceous plants.
That's marsh.
That means it is a marsh. So the only...
All right, you got it, chat? You got it?
Difference between a marsh and a swamp is the existence of trees. If there are trees and woody plants, then it has to be a swamp. Please remember this point.
Good stuff. And mangroves are critical to many young fish and to spinosaurids back in the day, Kennedy. Hey, sweetie pie, how are you doing? You want to come up here? Hi. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Anyway, with that having been said, we went off on that big old tangent because we were taking a look at this video here. Watching this crew of Canadian paleontologists, different crews of Canadian paleontologists, dig at these sites. And they're trying to play this up like, oh, the mystery of all these... Why did all these pachyrhinosaurs die in the same place? They got wrecked by an iguanodon.
Fatality.
No. Rabid Weenus, thank you for the 24 months of support right there. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome back. No, the reason why all those pachyrhinosaurs died there is probably the same reason why those Centrosaurus died there in that other video that we watched. They were trying to cross a river in flood, and, you know, stuff happens when you've got a big herd of big animals moving through an area, trying to cross a river. They get in each other's way, they get trampled, some of them drown. Yeah.
Back in Pipestone Creek, the pachyrhinosaur team has to hold off their hunt. There may be a storm headed for the dig site.
Oh, hello,
Our big problem right now is the weather system's pretty unstable. And we really need some kind of protection over the site. Otherwise, every time it rains, we have to stop work.
What's next?
Yeah, and every time Sweetie Pie shows up here, we have to stop work too to say hello. Yeah, we'll take a union break. Thank you, Sweetie Pie. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Good stuff. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? You're smelling the wall right there? Yeah, I know you can smell the outside of the house through that wall. So, yeah. Well, oh, hang on. Oh, cat cam is malfunctioning. Oh, look at that. Here, let me, there we go. There we go. It's working again. It's working again. Can I get you another treat? Would you like that? Would you like that, Sweetie Pie? Can I brush you? You've got so much loose fur there. So much loose fur. Can you attend to that? Hey, can I use this? I like how you scrape the sides of your teeth on it. What's that about, Sweetie Pie? You love to do that. Why is it the sides of your teeth? There we go. You are. Get rid of some of that extra fur. Stuff you don't need anymore. Let's clean house a little bit, huh? There we are. Look at this. My goodness, looks like a troll doll. Yeah, what do you think? You appreciate this? I hope so. My goodness. Don't even think about eating that. There you go. Okay. I'll see you in a little bit, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Eyelashes. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, let's do Metazua. Thank you, Madam 33. Let's do today's Metazua here, shall we? Before we get back into our documentary here, let's do some Metazua. Those of you who are not familiar with this is our daily animal guessing game. Where we try and guess the mystery animal of the day. And the way that it works is you type the name of an animal into here, and then it'll tell you the most exclusive clade that includes your guess and the mystery animal of the day. So give me the name of a placental mammal. Mirrorman says bats. Let's start off with a bat. I like that. Let's start off with a vampire bat, perhaps. And, oh boy. It is not a bat. It is not a Laurasiathere. It is not a placental mammal. It's not a mammal at all. It's not even an amniote or vertebrate. It's a bilaterian animal. It's about as far from a mammal as you can get while still being an animal, almost, I guess. Let me show you what this means. It is a bilaterally symmetrical animal, which is a lot of animals. Bilaterally symmetrical animals. I doubt it's a flatworm or something. This game doesn't tend to have a lot of those. It's not going to be a deuterostome either, because bats are deuterostomes, and it didn't say deuterostome. It's got to be some sort of protostome, I think. I'm going to guess, just based on sheer numbers, that it's going to be some sort of arthropod, and it's probably best to start with an insect. So give me the name of an insect, chat, and we'll guess that to try and narrow it down. Jody Fish says ladybug. Let's try that. Let's try ladybug. A little known fact, did you know that the ladybug is neither a lady nor is it a bug? Or shoot, maybe it is a bug. I don't know, let's find out. Okay, it is a protostome, but it's not an insect. Oh boy, and it's not even an arthropod, or else it would say arthropoda here. Protostoma is what we've got. It is not going to be part of this clade, nor that clade, probably. It's probably going to be part of this clade. Arrow? No, it's probably not an arrow worm either. Oh boy. Could be a chitin, or some sort of worm. Let's see what they have in terms of worms. Should we try earthworm? A silkworm is an insect. Let's try earthworm here. Okay. It's not an earthworm, but it is part of Lophotrochozoa. Lophotrochozoa. Which I'm not even familiar with that clade. Let's look that up on Wikipedia real quick. Lophotrochozoa. Spiralia. Let's see. This includes annelids, which are worms, mollusks, bryozoans, brachiopods, and platyphelemines, which are flatworms, I guess. Okay. Let's search like octopus or something. Let's search octopus, because I feel like that's a good one there. And I know I can access Wikipedia through Metazoa, Lenina, but I just like to do it separate to keep it in a different tab, you know? Let's try giant octopus, because that's a fun one. Like from Godzilla vs. King Kong. And it is a cephalopod, but it is not a giant octopus. And given that it doesn't say octopus here, it says cephalopoda, this means it's probably going to be a non-octopus cephalopod. Cephalopods include octopus and squid, nautilus, and cuttlefish. Could it be a nautilus? Ooh, they do have nautilus. Oh boy. Could it be a nautilus, my favorite living cephalopod? Could be, could be.
Hold on to your butt.
Let's try nautilus here. Yes! Yeah, not too shabby. Yes, indeed. Got that in just 5 guesses. Good stuff. Yeah. Beard says, told you it was a cool animal. I do feel like you biased me a little bit. I probably would have guessed something like squid if you hadn't said it was a cool animal. That probably biased me toward nautilus, but yeah. They are really, really cool animals. Let's find a video on nautilus. Yeah. Here's a quick video from the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Yeah. What an incredibly cool animal. Yeah. Oh, lordy, that's funny. I didn't know I was that loud. Look at this remarkable critter. Beautiful. Good stuff. Unfortunately, the Monterey Bay Aquarium doesn't have nautilus anymore. I'm going to be visiting there in just a few weeks. they are incredibly cool critters. And I think there was an AM&H video about them somewhere, wasn't there? I'm trying to find that here. Let's see. AM&H. Nautilus. Let's try that. Here we go. How are they different from a squid? Let's take a look.
So I love Nautilus. They're a unique group of animals. They've been around on our planet for the last 500 to 600 million years and have left a remarkable record. We don't have very much to compare it to because it's so different from all other modern cephalopods.
Yep. They are really old.
Nautilus
They're early
is the
diverging.
most primitive of all the cephalopods.
I didn't know they're the most basal.
Squids that we have are 350 million years, but the lineage of lives is probably about 500 million years old. So what makes Nautilus unique among all cephalopods today is this external shell. Back at the dawn of cephalopod evolution, probably all of them had shells.
Which projected from his
On
body
the
armor.
outside, it seems like it's a solid shell, but on the inside, you immediately detect that it's a series of chambers, ever increasing in size until you come to the body chamber where the animal is lodged. So each of these chambers is filled with air during life, and that permits the animal to maintain neutral buoyancy as it grows.
And in fact, that's a lot like how a submarine works. So a submarine has these ballast tanks, and they will take in water, or they'll use compressed air to blow the water out in order to surface or to dive. It's really cool stuff, and that's kind of how Nautilus work as well. Okay, maybe I can find you a really quick video on how submarines work. Yeah. Here, take a look at this. From the Science Channel. Yeah.
They can reach depths of about 800 feet, thanks to a system of internal and external
Looks like maybe a
ballast
Virginia
tanks.
class submarine there? Or an Ohio class?
We
Probably
have
Ohio
5
class.
external ballast
Boomer.
tanks that are normally filled with air when I'm riding on the surface. When it is time for us to dive, we'll open vents on those ballast tanks. There's grates on the bottom of the ship that allow water to come in, displace the air, making the ship
That is an
just
Ohio
slightly
class,
negatively
I think.
buoyant. We then proceed down to the depth that we want to go to.
Yeah.
And we use internal ballast tanks to make the ship neutrally buoyant, that then we can
Stephen
progress
Kennedy.
on our way whatever depth we choose.
The crew on board the Virginia class have an abundance of cutting-edge
Oh, it's a Virginia
controls at
class,
their
never mind.
fingertips, one of which is
a
replacing the
hunter-killer, I
most
guess, not a
iconic
boomer.
feature in submarine history.
Wait.
The periscope has been a key component on the submarine for
And Great Zot says, I was stationed on a boomer. Really? Like, what were the boomers before Ohio class? Los Angeles class are SSNs. What were the SSBNs before the Ohio class? I forget. Or maybe you were on an Ohio class, Great Zot, but really cool. I am personally fascinated by submarines just as a piece of technology. I think they're really, really interesting. I don't think I'd ever want to serve aboard one. I like fresh air and sunlight a little too much. And I don't like the idea of living cheek by jowl with, 80 other sweaty guys. That's not my idea of a good time. But anyway, I think submarines are just really, really fascinating, and submarine history is really interesting to me, especially during the Second World War. You were on an Ohio. Very cool, Great Zod. Very cool. Yeah. Remarkable vessels.
for over 100 years.
Yeah.
But engineers on the Virginia class are taking a bold step toward the
trace,
future
yeah.
by replacing the periscope with a state-of-the-art photonic mast.
Yeah, they're called pig boats in the U.S. Navy. The S-class boats prior to World War II they called them pig boats. Yeah, Anyway, submarines are... The United States submarine force is what won the Pacific War in World War II. They were called the Silent Service because they didn't get nearly enough attention. They had to be so secretive. There wasn't a lot of press about the operations of United States submarines, but they sank like half of Japanese ships during the Second World War. It's pretty incredible. Like an amazing achievement. And they also had the highest casualty rate of like any of the U.S. forces during the Second World War. Yeah, it was dangerous work being a submariner. But you were a nuclear electrician. Oh, very interesting, Great Sod. Very, very cool. Well, it is great to have you here. Holy cow. Yeah. Really neat. Yeah, and you were on the flight. Does the Royal Navy still have carriers, Trace? I thought they got rid of them after the Falklands War. Fresh air most of the time. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Or maybe it's an amphibious assault vessel or something like that. I don't know. But oh, 2. You still have 2. Interesting. Cool. Anyway, let's get back to Nautilus here. So, like, submarines will dive and surface using this ballast tank system. Yeah.
They can reach depths of about 800
Oh, interesting, Trace.
feet,
Okay. I
thanks
wasn't
to
aware.
a system of internal and external ballast tanks.
Huh.
We have 5 external ballast tanks that are normally filled with
Oh,
air.
cool, Great Sod. Cool. Yeah.
When it is time for us to dive, we'll open
It's
vents
great to have you
on
here.
those ballast tanks.
Thank you for
There's
joining
grates
us.
on the bottom of the ship that allow water to come in, displace the air, making the ship just slightly negatively buoyant. We then proceed down to the depth that we want to go to. And we use internal ballast tanks to make the ship neutrally buoyant, that then we can progress on our way whatever depth we choose.
Nice. So that's kind of how a Nautilus works as well.
So what makes Nautilus unique among all cephalopods today is this external shell.
Yeah.
Back at the dawn of cephalopod evolution,
Trace.
probably
I
all of
appreciate
them
that.
had shells. On the outside, it seems like it's a solid shell, but on the inside, you immediately detect that it's a series of chambers, ever increasing in size until you come to the body chamber where the animal is lodged.
And so this is an example of ontogeny. There is ontogenetic change here. A young Nautilus will only have a few chambers like that. And as they continue to grow and mature, they'll build more and more chambers like this. And so it's almost like tree rings, you know? A tree with more rings on the inside has been around for longer, has been growing for longer. Same with a Nautilus, with those chambers on the inside. Super cool. Yeah.
Each of these chambers is filled with air during life, and that permits the animal to maintain neutral buoyancy as it grows. If you look at the early embryology, you'll see the same number of arm buds as other cephalopods, but they develop very differently, so that they develop into all of these tiny little tentacle-like structures called cirri, about 100 little cirri.
Hey Siri, tell me about Nautilus.
If you look at squids, you think of them as lunging predators. Nautilus doesn't swim all that well. I mean, it swims perfectly well for what it needs to do, but it's not going to be doing these predatory lunging activities. It's going to scavenge along the bottom looking for...
Yeah, they're kind of more easygoing. They literally go with the flow. You know, they're not going to be chasing anybody down and you know, just doing a beat down on them. You know, they're just kind of drifting along, putting those cirri out and like catching particles there, and you know, it's going to be a pretty easygoing life. You know? Yeah. Harry and Trace's minded. There you go. Yeah.
Or dead animals. So it's a different mode of life.
Yeah.
If you look at the common squid loligo, It produces thousands of eggs, but each egg is very small. It's probably going to be a millimeter in size, and the newly hatched animals are going to spend time as paralarvae. Nautilus is a very different strategy. A nautilus will lay only about a dozen eggs, the largest in the invertebrate kingdom, and embryonic development takes an extraordinarily long time, a year. A nautilus, a little more than an inch in size, hatches and it begins to assume all of the behavior of an adult, scavenging along the bottom.
Cool stuff. And because of this, oh man, I wonder if anybody in chat picked up on this. Nautilus survived the KPG extinction event when their ammonite cousins died out. Here, let's take a look at prehistoric planet ammonites. Yeah, here, take a look. Such cool critters. Ammonites. Some of everybody's favorite fossils.
Ammonites first appeared on Earth around 400 million years ago.
And like Nautilus and like squids and octopus, they are also cephalopods. But they actually evolved after Nautilus did. Nautilus have been around for longer. Nautiloids they predate ammonites. And they are still around, whereas ammonites are not.
Long before dinosaurs walked the Earth.
Yeah.
They were extraordinarily abundant, with over 30,000 different species of all shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
But what do we really know about the way they lived?
In terms of lifestyles of ammonites, their morphology is so diverse that their range of lifestyles would have been really diverse.
Today, millions of fossilized ammonite shells are found all over the world.
Yeah.
But they tell us
Some were really big,
frustratingly
actually.
little about the animal that lived inside.
The greatest problem that we have is there are only a small number of fossils that do actually preserve the soft parts of ammonites, and they never really give us the exact information that we would like.
Yeah.
So how do we know anything about these mysterious animals?
Fossil hunter started. Very cool, Adina.
We're quite lucky in that ammonites belong to the large group of mollusks called the cephalopods.
Yep. There's our Nautilus there.
These include the modern-day Nautilus, and it provides crucial evidence about what ammonites were like.
Yep.
Nautilus today has a chambered shell, and the animal itself lives in the very last chamber.
Yep.
The morphology of ammonite shells is almost identical.
We now believe, like Nautilus, ammonites had tentacles, well-developed eyes, and used the chambers inside their shells for stability in the water.
Man,
Nautiloids today
it's really raining outside. I'll be right back. I want to go look.
Just like a submarine, by emptying the chambers of water to be able to float and refilling them to be able to sink.
A different modern cephalopod shows us how ammonites swam. An octopus propels itself by squirting water through a tube called a siphon. All cephalopods have siphons, and it's likely some ammonites use theirs to swim at great speed.
Some of them were fast-moving predators, adapted for fairly rapid movement, but others appear to have been slow swimmers feeding on plankton.
Ammonites were extraordinarily successful animals. They existed twice as long as the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
So why did they go extinct?
This is good. This is exactly why I wanted to talk about this.
6 million years ago, about the same time as the dinosaurs went extinct.
And not most of the ammonites, all of the last ammonites went extinct then. All of them, as far as we know. I don't think any make it across the boundary.
An asteroid 6 miles wide struck the Earth.
And Timothy Crutch says, wow, they look bigger than I thought they were. Some of them are really, really big. Is it Pachyplura? Some of them are truly gargantuan. Like 2 or 3 meters across. Some of them were huge. Yeah. They're highly diverse in their morphologies and their lifestyles and in their size. They got big. They got big. Yeah. And there you go. Parapazosea separadensis, the Museum of Natural History in Munster. Nice, dirty fish, yeah. Yeah. They get big. They get big. But why did they die? Well.
Million years.
Yeah, isn't that cool,
Most
Lordy?
ammonites went extinct about 66 million years ago, about the same time as the dinosaurs went extinct.
Not about the same time. At the same time. It was the same event, we think.
An asteroid 6 miles wide struck the Earth, causing major impacts to many ecosystems, including the shallow seas.
Yeah.
Ammonites did have one critical weakness compared to other cephalopods. They appear to have been constrained to laying their eggs in fairly shallow water.
This put the young at the mercy of the catastrophic changes to the food
It's not just
chain
that. I
after
think this
the
is missing the
asteroid
point.
impact.
I think this is missing the point.
Photosynthesis wouldn't have been able to occur so much in the planktonic plant life in the oceans, and that would have had a greater impact on the shallow oceans, and the shallow oceans were where the ammonites were living.
It spelt the end to 300 million years of ammonite evolution.
Yep.
But they left behind a fascinating legacy and a crucial insight into life in the prehistoric seas.
Earliest Danny... Yeah, Murph, I do wonder about that. I don't know, so many of these things are misdated if they're claimed to be from the earliest Danian, from the earliest part of the Paleocene. I do wonder about that. But I think part of what maybe allowed Nautilus to survive while ammonites went extinct has something to do with their reproductive strategy. Here, take a look.
Scavenge along the bottom looking for dead animals. So it's a different mode of life.
Yeah. They hatch in adult form. So chat, what does this suggest? Let's think about things that we discuss here on this channel. What's interesting about this? Nautilus hatching in adult form. What's that word we discuss so often here? It is, of course...
Ontogeny.
Yeah, Murph. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
Yep. So, creatures like non-avian dinosaurs, they took a long time to mature, and they go through a bunch of different growth stages. They're probably occupying a bunch of different niches as they grow and mature. They're...
Ontogeny.
Basically, they need a bunch of different environments, different ecological jobs, different niches in order to survive as a species.
Ontogeny.
So if you have some sort of, like, really awful environmental catastrophe that destroys a bunch of those niches, then those creatures can no longer survive, you know? Ammonites seem to have done the same thing. They had small eggs, as near as we can tell. They would have moved through different ecological niches as they grew and matured. So why is it that Nautilus survived while the Ammonites died out? Well, Nautilus have big eggs, and they hatch in adult form.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And thank you, anonymous gifter
user
there.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Musaika.
I do really appreciate that, anonymous gifter. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. So we're kind of getting into the weeds here, and this might be a slightly difficult concept to understand, but the idea that these guys, Nautilus, they hatch in their adult form, that might have been the key to their survival. Here.
Look at the common squid loligo. It produces thousands of eggs, but each egg is very small. It's probably going to be a millimeter in size, and the newly hatched animals are going to spend time as paralarvae. Nautilus is a very different strategy. A nautilus will lay only about a dozen eggs, the largest in the invertebrate kingdom. And
they're big, 5 centimeters, you know? It's much larger than a human egg, for instance. I know we have a different reproductive strategy entirely, but like, food for thought, you know? Yeah.
Embryonic development takes an extraordinarily long time, a year. A nautilus, a little more than an inch in size, hatches and it begins to assume all of the behavior of an adult, scavenging along the bottom.
So the juveniles occupy the same exact niche as the adults. And so in an extinction event, picture this. You've got an asteroid that comes down, it destroys all these different ecosystems. Just environmental catastrophe. A bunch of these niches just disappear. And a bunch of the Nautilus species at the time would have disappeared as well. But a few Nautilus species would get lucky. Because both the adults and the newborns are in the same niche. And if that niche is untouched, if that particular ecological job is safe during this environmental economic downturn, during this environmental catastrophe, if that niche is safe, that species survives. And the fact that they are basically scavengers helps them with that as well. Whereas a nautilus, or where there's an ammonite, these critters, they're moving through a bunch of different niches as they grow and mature. And you knock out any one of those niches and the whole species goes extinct. That might be why ammonites went extinct while the nautilus survived. Does that make sense? This is something that's kind of at the cutting edge of paleontology right now. Like, there are a number of different researchers around the world who I think are kind of simultaneously coming to this realization. Denver Fowler is one of them, and I've talked with him at length about this. He's got big ideas about this, which he really, really needs to publish soon. But I think this is going to be a key idea in understanding this in the near future. Bear in mind, this is not published yet. This is new stuff, but I think it's going to be really important. And when you're here watching this, you know, I try and I pride myself on putting forth information that you're not going to get anywhere else on the internet. You're not going to get it on Wikipedia. You're not going to get it in a video on YouTube or anything like that. As a paleontologist, as someone who speaks with other fossil scientists and does work in this field, like, I'm in a position to be able to give you, you know, to try and relay to you some of the latest ideas that might not even be published yet. I'm not jumping the gun here. I don't think I'm scooping anybody by saying this, but I just want you to be aware that, like, this is kind of the current thinking right now among a lot of different researchers before it even gets published. And I'm really proud to be able to expose you to that. And I like to think that that's what makes this channel kind of special. You know, not just on Twitch, but across the entire internet, you know? So Yeah, that inside scoop there, King Neokai. Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that's useful. Hopefully you find some value in that. But it's interesting
and embryonic
stuff.
development takes an extraordinarily long time, a year. Nautilus, a little more than an inch in size, hatches and it begins to assume all of the behavior of an adult, scavenging along the bottom.
Yep, so with Nautilus, one species is one niche. Whereas with ammonites, one species is probably a bunch of different niches, just like with dinosaurs at the time. And both Nautilus and dinosaurs, except for a small handful of bird species, they died out. They're gone. Completely gone. Completely gone at this extinction event. And it might be just kind of like overstretching yourself, like into a bunch of different niches. A really successful animal might be occupying, just hogging a bunch of different niches, but when you have a giant space rock the size of San Francisco slamming into the Earth and just creating global environmental catastrophe, it's the kind of more lowly, conservative, humdrum creatures like, oh, I'll just keep to my one little niche right here, like Nautilus did. Those are the ones that survived. It's an example of the meek inheriting the earth. Just like the Sermon on the Mount, There you go, 25A. Makes sense? I'm glad. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this. And Claire Burr, you sleep well. I will see you soon, I hope. Yeah, and Ken says generalists? I mean, I don't even know if it's that, because they might still be very specialized, but it might be that they're only sticking to one niche through ontogeny. I'm guessing that a lot of these, well, Nautilus in particular might be more generalist feeders, but you'd have a bunch of different species of Nautilus, and a bunch of them would go extinct after that asteroid impact. But a few of them, given that they're like sequestered to one little niche right here, if that niche isn't hit, they're golden. They're fine. So it's kind of a question of like not overextending themselves, I guess. So yeah. Anyway. If you want to learn more about ammonites and Nautilus, there was a lovely talk at the Tate Museum of Geology in Wyoming, which I really need to re-watch. But, where was that? David Peterman of the University of Utah did some talking about ammonites. I think this is the talk that Jim was recommending here.
And so I was looking for the presentation. This just finished today. This is from a scan in our museum. It's Hoplites dentatus. And
yeah,
I've
Hoplites.
reconstructed the soft body. So this is something that I do for teaching specimens. I've been experimenting with different types of filament that just look really cool. There are also other applications for this. This is
beautiful.
Changes color depending on the orientation that you view it from.
Oh, and that one there. Oh, boy, I think I might know that one. Is this Oh, don't tell me. We have these in the Bear Paw Shale of Montana. They are what are they called? Gosh darn it. Oh, I forget. Look it up. Bear Paw Shale Ammonite. I feel like it's on the tip of my tongue. Placentaceras, that's it. Placentaceras. It looks a lot like Placentaceras to me, which. Yeah, which I could be wrong about. Maybe that's not Placentaceras, but it really reminds me of that critter. Yeah. I didn't remember it. I had to look it up. It showed up during a search, but Placentaceras is the one I'm thinking of, and this looks a lot like it.
The orientation that you view it from. I started with heteromorphs, of course, because they're
and they're good jellyfish. Yeah.
Find complete. So that was a good way to use for teaching specimens for these really rare ones. And then I also have some 3D prints that, or I've reconstructed the internal morphology so you can see the septa.
Holy cow! Beautiful.
We use those for teaching as well.
Very cool. All right, and I think with that, if you guys have any questions as we're running along here.
This is during COVID when everybody is trying to struggle with Zoom.
If you preface your question.
Turn your camera off.
With just type in question in capital letters so that we know it's a question and not just someone saying that was cool. And that way we can find the questions at the end much easier. And that is a word, easilier.
I just found out about the scam. Just getting back.
Anyway, the actual talk is right here.
Share your screen and we'll take it from the top here.
Yeah.
David Biederman, to Casper, Wyoming via the internet.
All right, can everybody see my PowerPoint?
There's a link to this right here. I need to watch this later.
Working?
It's working.
Jim Kirkland recommended this talk to me over the summer.
As JP mentioned, for this talk, I'll focus on some experiments with biomimetic robots and other 3D printed models. And we use these models to evaluate the biomechanical properties of
cephalopods,
various extinct marine animals. This talk will largely focus on planus spiral cephalopods, so ammonoids and nautiloids.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and move this minimized view.
And there you go, Salamander. Yeah.
So,
there you go.
I'm currently a postdoc in the AM lab at the University of Utah, the Ammonoid Motility Modeling Laboratory. And we're interested in reconstructing the of mostly externally shelled cephalopods.
I know I'm a dinosaur guy. I know that dinosaurs are my specialty and what I get really excited about. I don't know a whole lot about ammonoids or nautiloids, but man, this sort of thing just seems so incredibly cool. You know, like figuring out how these animals would have swum around by doing things like creating robots and figuring out, reproducing the shells of these critters and then figuring out how they move through the water.
If this isn't aligned with the hydrostatic centers, they're going to experience rocking. So in this case, we just wanted to look at external shell shape and how they respond to horizontal backwards movement.
Really cool stuff. If you're the sort of person who is interested in like biomimetic robots, that kind of thing, this talk is for you. Holy cow, is this neat stuff. Again, here is a link for you in the chat. Yeah. How did the spiral shape evolve? Via natural selection, King Neokai. I don't know how to answer that question. A spiral shape like that is just a really, really effective shape in animals like this. Yeah. It's cool stuff. It's really cool stuff. And some of them had really incredible shapes, like here in this AMNH video. Yeah. And Mommy Does says, well, our 4-year-old was just caught digging a hole in the drywall in his room. We asked what he was trying to do. He was pretending to be Dr. Anduza finding dinosaurs. That is adorable, and I'm sure frustrating. Mommy Does. Oh, boy. Wall repair is not as difficult as it seems. you probably know this already, but some spackle and some like fiberglass, like patching can go a long way. You can get that done in maybe a couple hours, or you just put a poster of it. It's not the first time. Okay, oh, you know what you're doing then. Mommy does, yeah. I'm flattered and and I'm sorry. You've got a spirited child there, Mommy does, and that's something to be grateful for in its own way. I'm sure. Yeah. Time to do some plaster work after the dig. There you go, Harry. Yeah. Yeah. That's a beautiful anecdote, Mommy does. I might even like DM you so I can get the story there, because this is the sort of thing that I would love to tell to my colleagues, actually. That's fantastic. I'm sorry that is extra work for you. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh boy. I sent you a photo on Discord. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, excellent. I will check that out. I will check that out. Ah! In fact, you know, why don't we look at that right now, if you don't mind? Yeah. What channel did you put it in, or was it in, Oh man, I've not checked my DMs on Discord in absolutely forever. Let's see. Where would I find this? Sharing things, perhaps? DMs. Okay, okay. It might take me a minute to find this. It should be at the top of the heap, right? There it is. I see some tools of the trade right there. Yeah. We've got a wooden mallet and a wooden chisel. And Mommy does, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate that very much. You save your bits right now. You're gonna have to patch this hole, right? Oh boy. These remind me of the tools that you might get in one of those, like, dig your own dinosaurs boxes with the, you know, with the artificial matrix and the like, little ceramic model of a dinosaur fossil. They are, says Mommy does. Okay, there you go. I thought I recognized that wooden chisel there. Yeah. There's about 6 of those. Yeah. This is a little bit too big to just patch with some toothpaste. I used to do that. Like, I would help a lot of friends move back in my college days when I lived in Montana. Help friends move apartments, and, like, thumbtack holes in the wall, or nail holes you could fill with toothpaste. Get your deposit back. Sculpin, thank you for the 100 bits there. That's lovely. I appreciate that, Sculpin. Thank you, thank you. This is a little bit too big for just some toothpaste, you know? Yeah. That's really funny. Mommy does. Holy cow. Well, I gotta start him young, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Having inquisitive, intelligent, creative, energetic children is a blessing. But it can also lead to things like this. And, you know, it's a give and take. Yeah. Anyway, Mommy does. Thank you for sharing. That is really funny to me. That's really funny. Yeah. Yeah, my oldest little... There you go, Lenita. Yeah. Yeah. And salamander, yeah, well, there you go. Shoot. Nowadays, you got to find them online or at like a museum gift shop. But at Marshall's, that was a lucky find there, salamander. I've never seen one of those there. Good stuff. Yeah. We have patching supplies at the ready. See, Mommy knows what she's doing. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, let's take a look at the amazing shapes of different ammonites here and what they say about the anatomy of the behaviors of these animals and all that stuff.
If you went swimming in the Mesozoic era, you would be surrounded by ammonites, because ammonites were, by the millions, the asteroid collision at the end of the Cretaceous did in the ammonites.
Oh, very nice, salamander, very nice.
Had that asteroid collision not occurred, the ammonites would still be living on the planet.
Yeah.
So an ammonite is a kind of cephalopod. Modern cephalopods today are cuttlefish and squids and octopus. The difference between all of those and ammonites is that ammonites had external shells. That's one of the reasons they're such good fossils.
Timothy Kurtz says some period is trilobites? No, trilobites are from far earlier. So trilobites died at the end of the Permian period. And they weren't doing so hot even leading up until then. They'd had a big numbers decrease before then. But they buy the farm at the end of the Permian period, before the first dinosaurs. Ammonites lived, their heyday is during the time of the dinosaurs. Yeah. So here, let me show you. Go to our chronostratigraphic chart, our geological timescale here. We're here up at the top in the modern day. Ammonites go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period here, 66 million years ago, right there, at the junction of the Cretaceous and the Paleogene periods. At the same time as the dinosaurs, except for birds, go extinct, ammonites go extinct. Trilobites, however, go extinct here at the end of the Permian, before the first dinosaurs evolved. There you go. Yeah. And Mirror Man says, what was that marine dinosaur that fed on ammonites? Ooh. It's not a dinosaur. But it is a reptile. Yeah. Mosasaurs were some of those critters that fed upon ammonites at the time. Like you see here. Some of them seem to be specialized
in the waters
to eat
that surround North America, there are other giant predators. But they have no rivals.
This is a giant marine lizard. So, not a dinosaur. I want to emphasize that very, very heavily here. This is not a dinosaur. It is a lizard. It's related to critters like varanids, like monitor lizards, like Komodo dragons are a kind of monitor lizard. And they are related to these guys. These guys are a kind of ocean-going lizard. And dinosaurs very much are not lizards. Yeah. Yeah.
They may look like huge sharks,
yeah, Dave Karen,
but
that's
they
a
are
good
in fact
point.
a kind of aquatic lizard.
Yeah.
Size, speed, and powerful jaws mean that very few creatures in the ocean are safe from these hunters.
Yeah. By the way, mosasaurs, if you're familiar with if you've seen Jurassic World, you probably remember this scene right here. That's a mosasaur there. it's about 1,000,000 times bigger than it should be. Not 1,000,000 times, but it's way too big there. It's like 200 feet long in this movie. Mosasaurs got to about 40 or 50 feet long. So like, 14, 15 meters, something like that. Yeah. And Globidens itself is not that big. But they're big critters. This is not a creature you would want to encounter in a scuba dive, probably, Yeah.
In the Gulf of Mexico,
they discount. Very cool, Kennedy. Nice.
Is searching for one particular kind of prey.
And they did have those palatine teeth in airspace. It's true.
Tiger ammonites, Sphenodiscus.
Sphenodiscus.
Every year, huge shoals of females come up from deep water and travel towards the coast.
And get eaten by mosasaurs, as we're going to see. Don't get too attached to these animals.
They have all recently mated, and each is now carrying hundreds of fertilized eggs.
Too late, says Paleontologist. Uh-oh. They're very cool. But,
The eggs must be laid in the shallows. And that is where the mosasaur is waiting.
Like a grizzly bear waiting for spawning salmon. Mosasaur is there in the shallows. Globidens is this genus of mosasaur. Just waiting for those ammonites to come through to eat them.
Tiger ammonites are themselves hunters. The combination of a streamlined profile and a powerful siphon enables them to shoot through the water at great speed.
And they are socketed, Golganek, yeah. I think so. I want to say those teeth are socketed. Not totally sure.
So can the mosasaur. Globidens has broad, rounded teeth that easily crack the ammonite shell.
Yeah, so the teeth of Globidens look like, they look like this. It's got these crazy rounded globular teeth. That's probably where the name Globidens comes from. But the teeth almost look like ping pong balls or something. They're like almost circular. They're not sharp, they're just round teeth. To be like as strong as possible for shell crunching. Exactly, Merriman, yeah. Yeah, those teeth were made for crunching, and that's just what they'll do. Those days, these teeth are gonna crunch straight into you.
Releasing the air that keeps them buoyant. Without it, they sink helplessly to the seabed.
Look, mini pie.
Before the ammonites can escape, the mosasaur disables as many as it can.
Ruthless. Oh.
Finally, time to tuck in. Globidens may have killed dozens. But even this makes only a small impact on the overall numbers of ammonites.
Hello, Moon Pie. Hi. Yeah. Well, hello, Moon Pie. How are you? It's good to have you here, Moon Pie. Hey, can you turn around so we can see your beautiful face? You didn't really come here to look at your cat butt, you know? There we go. Oh, Moon Pie. Yeah. How you doing? You having a good day? It's good to see you, Moon Pie. It's good to see you. Yeah. Look at you. Can I brush you? Can I brush you? Is that okay? You keep unpausing the video, Moon Pie. Here. Let's get back to, this one right here. While I brush you, Moon Pie. She came down to smell the rain through the wall? I think she did, Lordy.
Kind of cephalopod. Modern cephalopods today are cuttlefish and squids and octopus. The difference between all of those and ammonites is that ammonites had external shells. That's one of the reasons they're such good fossils. With ammonites, the shape that you typically associate is a planar spiral shell. But in fact, they came in many, many different shapes. The scaphites start with a closely coiled shell, and then as they approach maturity, they develop a straight part, and then there's a point of recurvature, and then they curve back into a hook.
Interesting ontogeny there.
The planar spiral coil altogether. They formed a straight shell. The Nipponites are ammonites that the whorls just begin to meander in ways that seem irregular and unpredictable. Turlitids begin to look a little like snail shells. There's ones that are like paper clips. They'll have one shaft, then it'll double back on itself. They're probably...
and I believe there is a prehistoric planet clip of a bunch of different kinds of ammonites, right? Here, let's see if we can find that, Moon Pie, shall we? Here, let me press my... There we go, a button there. Prehistoric planet ammonites. Yeah. Let's look at that. Here we go. Yeah.
Tonight, even in the deep, there is light.
Ooh, good stuff. Good stuff, Moon Pie.
Glowing ammonites rise from the abyss.
Look at that. Disco time.
Ammonites are mollusks related to octopus and squid. These scaphites are no bigger than a human hand. For weeks, they've been gathering in the coastal depths. In the deep, these lights may help lure plankton as food. But tonight, they serve a different purpose.
Yeah, different purpose.
They've been drawn to the surface to mate. And soon, there are thousands in each shoal. Neighbor triggers neighbor, creating waves of bioluminescence.
Beautiful. This is speculative. We don't know if they did this, but it would make sense if they did.
They have complex nervous systems controlling light-producing cells called photocytes. The males jostle for a place around the larger females. Clues from their
Big
displays
ladies.
tell her who is the fittest and who is the best mate. As couples entwine, they coordinate their light displays. If he can't match her precise rhythm, he'll be rejected.
Quite the test there.
But there is perfect synchrony. This pair will now spawn and help produce the next generation. After fertilization, the females enter the shallows to release their eggs. As with most cephalopods, breeding is the final act of their short lives.
Yep. Jody Fish is right there. After that, it's,
By morning, these lights will have flickered and died.
Yeah. After that, chat, they go upstate to live with grandma and run around on the farm. You know? Yeah. Don't worry.
This magical night will be their last.
You go, Murph, yeah. Gonna go see Grandma? No, Grandma went to go upstate to go run around on the farm and live with Grandma. Don't worry about it.
But mastering new swimming skills is not easy.
Larval ammonites.
Until now, these pools have provided a nursery.
Oh, my.
Under the midday sun, the water in the pool starts to evaporate. If it dries out completely, they will all die.
Grandma's farm's gonna be busy.
But everything is not lost. Baby ammonites can do something remarkable. Each makes its own bid for freedom, forcing them together. The combined effort means they effectively move as one. Each is carried along on this tiny living tide. Pushed
Very
over
cool.
the bare rock by those behind. Eventually, escaping to deeper water. Now they wait for the rising tide.
It is really cool seeing invertebrates in the prehistoric planet. Absolutely, Charlie's joking. These are very charming sequences. I like them a lot. And I'm sure ammonite researchers were over the moon when they saw this. Finally, their critter's getting some attention. You know?
Baby ammonites that escaped the rock pools, less than 1 in 100 has survived several months at sea.
The other ones
These
might
few
go live with
have
Grandma.
been particularly lucky. Ocean currents have carried them to an ideal place to live. Seagrass beds off the coast of Europe.
Look at those. So these are the Nipponites, I think?
Shoals of ammonites occur in a surprising variety of sizes
Yeah.
and shapes.
Very cool. I'll see you later, Moon Pie.
strange 6-foot-long giant is Baculites.
Yeah, Baculites. That's like almost 2 meters long. It's a log animal. That's taller than I am.
Which feeds near the sea floor. And almost matching it in size, Diplomoceras, shaped like a giant paperclip.
Yep. Very cool. Check that out.
They all flourish here thanks to an abundance of food. Plankton, small crustaceans, some even eat fish. These hatchlings are beginning to acquire
there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah.
shape they will have when they are mature.
And Fred Harry, how are you doing?
The protruding spiral identifies them as young Nostoceras.
These guys are so weird.
Nostoceras.
Yeah. Look at that. So their like actual soft body portion is right here, and it's almost like it's kind of butting up against this part of their shell.
They favor the seafloor.
Again, incredibly weird and cool. Look at that.
These are adult Nostoceras. They favor the seafloor in deeper waters.
Look at that. So cool.
Ammonites have been thriving in these prehistoric oceans for almost 400 million years. There are thousands of species.
Big Bad Lobo, how are you doing?
They are one of the most successful groups of animals to have ever lived.
Yeah.
Flourishing in the warm, temperate seas and even the coldest waters at the poles.
Very cool stuff. And then, of course, it gets into what we were talking about with like Scaphites and Globidens. Where do you watch that part? But remarkable animals. There's so many different kinds of ammonites.
The Scaphites start with a closely coiled shell, and then as they approach maturity, they develop a straight part, and then there's a point of recurvature, and then they curve back into a hook. Baculites departed from the planospiral coil altogether. They formed a straight shell. The Nipponites are ammonites that the whorls just begin to meander in ways that seem irregular and unpredictable. Turlitids begin to look a little like snail shells. There's ones that are like paper clips. They'll have one shaft, then it'll double back on itself.
Yep.
There are probably altogether about 30 different shapes of ammonites.
30? I didn't know that.
Evolutionary biologists at the turn of the 19th century thought, wow, look at all these funny things going on with the ammonites. They figured that these funny shapes must have indicated something was very wrong with the ammonites, with the gene pool of ammonites, and this presaged their ultimate extinction.
Yeah, there's this idea of like, what do they call it? Lineage senility, or to use a less elegant term, racial senility, where it's like, oh yeah, well these things have just been around for so long, and eventually they lose their marbles and they're on their way to extinction. That's not what was happening here at all. No.
So nothing could be farther from the truth. They were very well adapted to what they were doing, since people didn't realize what they were doing, which was floating around and probably eating zooplankton.
Yeah.
These different shapes are a good example of how evolution works. Evolution is open to lots of different pathways, so you have a lot of freedom to explore these, but there are constraints. You can begin to map out all the directions that evolution will foster and encourage. It's kind of inspiring and wondrous to see what was permissible and how is it that all of these can work.
Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty neat. I will give you a link to this video as well. Right there, from the American Museum of Natural History. Good stuff. Love that. Anyway. Yeah. We've gone through a bunch of stuff with regard to ammonites, other extinct critters. But today is Thursday. In chat, Thursday is Thursday BIRDSday. And for some of you, it might be the very first Thursday BIRDSday. What do you say we get ready to celebrate how, unlike ammonites, which went completely extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period, dinosaurs didn't quite go completely extinct. We still have living dinosaurs today. And we just call them birds. Thursday BIRDSday is where we celebrate the survival of dinosaurs and their diversification into over 9,000 living species within aves, what we call birds. So without further ado, let's jump into Thursday BIRDSday. Let's do it.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
Well, happy Thursday BIRDSday indeed. We will be looking at some photos of birds submitted by members of this community to the Discord. And we've got enough time nowadays, we've got enough time today. We can actually take a look at these more or less in depth. It's gonna be nice. We won't be rushed like last week. Some of our background today is particularly tailored toward Thursday BIRDSday from this lovely Ichthyornis skeletal reconstruction right here. to different theropod skulls, to the theropod Caudipteryx, Trirarchuncus. These are ornithischians. Ignore those, maybe. Camptosaurus and Gastonia. They're still cool. But Archaeopteryx, Compsognathus, and Sinosauropteryx over here. It's a Thursday BIRDSday themed background today. And, we've got some Thursday BIRDSday birds to examine from members of this community. So let's take a look. From SB, 2 hardworking Australian park cleaning crews in action. Photos courtesy of my mom, who's visiting my sister in Australia. What kind of psittaciform neornithine bird is this? Well, what are these? Any Australians in the chat can identify these for us? Galaz says real men grow beards. Galas? I forget how to... I'm not sure I've got the pronunciation right, so let's watch that video again. Yeah. How do we say it?
From sun up to sundown, thousands of pink and grey galahs are making themselves
Galahs.
As it gets drier and drier in the area, you know, the township is that little oasis that
township
over and all. Here's a good place to camp.
Driven by a lack of
Place to
water,
camp.
flocks have arrived in the last 2
Galah.
months. They're hanging around town, lining trees and houses.
They are so noisy and they wake us up.
But Borlia's new feathered friends are becoming a nuisance,
cute.
weighing down power cables, causing frequent outages.
They'll do that.
With our computer systems, you know, technology is paramount nowadays with our fridges.
Technology is paramount. CV farms and all computers, air conditioners, butter chans, fire, other modern technology, the wheel, all that. The glass, they wreak havoc upon it.
And all that sort of air conditioners. So that would be causing fire in that areas. So it's a financial impact as well.
To combat the new aerial residents, the energy company has installed spacers on power lines to stop them from touching. And the town has trimmed trees to remove perching points. Just getting around is a problem.
I've got to walk from home over the pub between 2 neighbours and the trees are just stripped by them. And I'm just waiting for them to poop on me.
I can't wait until I can visit Australia.
Locals may be forced to wait until the droughts end before their feathered friends seek new perching spots. Tracy Brown, Associated Press.
Yeah, good stuff. So some glass from SB there. Good on ya. Beautiful. All right. That's where I'm going next week for a month. Very cool mirror, man. Very, very cool. Yeah, and I have seen Australian magpies chasing people. They've got a lot of chutzpah, those birds. They've got moxie, you know? Yeah. Thank you for sharing there, SB. Good stuff. And Araya has got a northern cardinal and a... What kind of theropod is this? Some kind of nuthatch, I want to say? We might actually be missing some of our most accomplished birders in the chat right now. But that, to me, looks like... I want to say nuthatch, but I'm not at all sure about that. And Mary L63 says white-breasted nuthatch. Well. Let's take a look at them on the Tree of Life. White-breasted nuthatch. Sitta carolinensis. Wow. Yeah. Very cool. Oh, by the way, Mary L, I believe I received something in the mail from you yesterday. White-breasted nuthatch. Very not. Well, it's not the best photo. White-breasted nuthatch. Gotta be careful with Google image search terms like that. But yeah, it looks like it. That long bill. Kind of dark shoulders going into a cap on the head and then onto the rostrum there. Looks like it. Araya, thank you for posting those. That's beautiful. WBNU. I don't know what that stands for. White-breasted nuthatch? Mary L. It's good to see you here, and yes, indeed, I got that stuff. I had some items up on the old Amazon wish list for like almost a year. I think it was back in, well, not almost a year, but back in August, I put some of these items on there. And Mary L just purchased some of them. Let me show you, chat. Yes, indeed. First off, from Marielle, we have from Mary L63 a slip of paper. Enjoy your gift. It looks handy. From Mary. Check this out. Yeah. It's a trading card. It can be used for you can trade them and no, I'm just kidding. It's a lug wrench. For my car for the summer. There were a couple times this summer where I had to fish out my lug wrench, not for myself, but for other motorists who were having trouble changing tires and stuff. And I really wished that I had one of these like this. Yeah. In order to, I don't know. The one that comes with the car is it's in multiple pieces. It's a little rickety. Having this at the ready would be really, really nice. It's much easier to turn. And it's got different sizes like this. This is an essential piece of equipment. I used to have one of these, but it got stolen recently. So Mary, thank you for that gift there. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. Essential piece of gear, and I feel much more prepared now that I have it. Oh, hello, Moonpie. You've come back. And, just a second here. Our second item, also from Mary. Right here. Enjoy some yums from Mary. Yeah. This might seem superfluous or even frivolous, but I can assure you that this is worth its weight in gold in the field. This is a steel sandwich box. When I was in the field last summer, I dearly wished I had one of these. Because when you're out in the field, especially working with the crews that I do, you don't necessarily have the best food. A peanut butter sandwich in the middle of the day is what keeps you going. It's what allows you to dig up dinosaurs. It's what fuels your endeavors out there. And it's those simple pleasures like that that you look forward to all morning. From the time that we go out to the field site at like 8 or 9 a.m., out to the quarry to work, to the time that we end up eating lunch at, say, 1 p.m., you know, that sandwich is like, oh man, I've been thinking about that all day. And when that sandwich ends up in a compressible bag in your field rucksack, it has a tendency to get smushed. And this will prevent that. Intact sandwiches are going to make an incredible difference this next field season, and I'm excited. I'm very excited about that. So thank you, Mary. This will go a long way toward, I don't know. This is a major quality of life improvement. I know something like this seems really simple, but man, it goes a long way. So thank you. I've always dreamed of having one of these. When I was a kid, I didn't have a sandwich tin like this. I always wanted one, because, like, your apple in your lunch bag sometimes smushes its way into the sandwich, and it's just, like, not great. Always wanted one of these, and I thought, why don't I put one up on the wish list? And now I've got it. So thank you, Mary. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. It is like Christmas. So, thank you, Mary. Thank you kindly. This is going to help me stay fed. And this is going to help keep me moving if I ever get a flat tire or if other motorists around me do. There you go. You sent one more thing delivered today. Well, Mary. Hang on. Can I... I hear some stirring upstairs. Lordy might be watching the stream right now, and she might be retrieving whatever it is. It sounds big. What could that be? Hang on here. I hear someone descending the stairs. Sounds like they might be carrying something largish. What is this? Well. Oh boy, Lordy says she didn't bring the box down because the box was soaked. It's raining pretty hard outside. But, there we go. Enjoy your gift. Be safe in the sun. From Mary. Well, Mary. This is a beautiful canvas tarp here. This is exquisite. And this will help me out a lot. Man, this is quality stuff. I know this wasn't cheap. Thank you, Mary. Holy moly. It does look magnificently tough, yes. Tarpaul win. There you go, Tone, yeah. Yeah. I will definitely put this to good use this summer. Maybe even before that. Thank you, Mary. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. A tarp to sit in the shade as you eat your unsquished sandwich. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. There you go. Yes. Oh man, I feel so ready for fieldwork this summer now. Oh man. Thank you. Holy cow. Good stuff. Every summer when I'm in the field, I try and make a list of things that I wish that I had or things that broke that I need replacing. And I put those all on the wish list at the end of last summer. And I think a good portion of those now have been, I have them now. So thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate that. That is, that's extraordinary. Excellent. Hope your summer will be a good one. Thank you, Mary. And with any luck, I think it will be. Thanks in large part to you. And I'm hoping everybody can watch as we stream our fieldwork live on Twitch this summer. It's gonna be a ton of fun. Paying forward all the help I got in grad school, says Mary. Thank you for that. I really, really appreciate it. And I'm going to do my very best to pay this forward as well. Helping out my crew members, and we might be running a fundraiser in order to be able to do fieldwork in Wyoming. And it depends on whether or not we get a particular donation. We'll see about that. But with this gear, I will share this with my crewmates as much as I can. And with any, any motorist stuck on the side of the road, I promise I will use this only for good. Help them change a tire. And, well, the sandwich is yours. Well, yeah, this is true, Mary, that's true. Nobody else is getting my sandwich. Yeah. And Kai Mel, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that, though. Anyway. Yeah. Dan the BC man says, dig up the biggest stash of dinosaurs this year to make new history and be famouses. We'll see, Dan. We will see. If you're attacked by vampires, you can brandish it like a cross. Yeah, or I could just hit them with it, Vampires famously have very brittle skulls, so just bow. One good hit, top of the cranium. Yeah. And there you go, Casa Dreamer. Yeah, I've used plastic stuff like that before, and it does not survive out in... I knew I needed a metal one. This is going to be brilliant. Yeah. Anywho, good stuff. Thank you again, Mary. I really appreciate you. Thank you kindly. Superb. Superb. Mirrorman says, knock their teeth out with it. They are no threat to you? You're talking about vampires, right, Mirrorman? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, creatures that are unlikely to extract all our blood from us are birds. Although there are certain birds that will drink the blood of other animals. They're, shoot, should we talk about that briefly? Yeah. That's a little gross, actually. I don't know if... Yeah, maybe not. Maybe if it comes up organically sometime, we'll do that. But yeah, those finches, Golganik, yeah. Anyway, good stuff there, Uriah, good stuff. And then Murph says, on a 7-mile hike, I saw 0 birds. Uh-oh. 0 birds? Sorry to hear that. I heard a wren, but could never spot it. I did find evidence of woodpeckers. Based on the hole shapes, it is possibly a pileated woodpecker, top and bottom hole, and or a northern flicker, middle two. It is possible they are red-bellied woodpeckers, as they are the most common in my state. I was hoping to spot the endangered red cockaded woodpecker in this trek, but no sign or evidence. Only woodpecker in my area that live in pine trees. Oh man, this is the... Any paleoichnologist would be clapping their hands right now in appreciation. Thursday BIRDSday, bird photos do not have to be photos of physical birds. They could be the evidence of birds. Like in this case, Murph, I'm so glad you posted this. This is beautiful. We have got bird traces here. And traces like this tell us that a creature was present and exhibiting some kind of behavior here. Woodpeckers are powerful animals in the sense that they exert a lot of influence over their environment. They build their own homes like this, which also provides habitat for other creatures. Really interesting stuff. And the traces that we find of them help tell us that they were there.
So, dinosaurs became extinct because they no longer knew how to love each other. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. What?
Exactly. And I certainly wouldn't want our species to end the same way.
Kaya in the Sky, thank you for the 8 months of support. I do really appreciate that, Kaya. How are you doing? Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Yeah. What is a trace fossil? Tony Martin might talk about that a little bit here if I can find a decent video. Let's try this one. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Anthony Martin from Emory University. I'm an ichnologist, someone who studies tracks, traces, burrows, nests, and all of this indirect evidence that animals have left. When I go along the Georgia coast on the Georgia Barrier Islands, I'm looking at modern analogs for what might preserve in the fossil record. What's great about traces is that they tell you about behavior, about how animals behaved in the past as well as how they're behaving today. So through connecting those modern analogs with the past, we're better able to interpret how behavior changed through time.
Good stuff. And so, you know, Tony works on fossil traces like this. This is his passion, and we don't just have fossil traces, but we also have traces of the behavior of modern animals. Even if that animal doesn't have to be happen to be around in that moment to photograph, we can find evidence of its behavior right there, like Murph found. And oh, I love this. This is delicious stuff. I love it. The evidence of birds is all around us if you know where to look. It's very cool stuff. Dame Karen says so he'd look at bite marks, etc. Maybe not bite marks. I don't know if Tony Martin's ever actually looked at bite marks, but one of his more recent books... Here, I'll show you. Here, let me get it. Oh, and Tiamani, I'm sorry I missed your message until right now. Tiamani says, I'm glad shrikes aren't big enough to do any harm to us. They seem pretty brutal. Oh, yeah. Imagine being impaled upon a tree limb by a giant shrike. Yowza. Oof. Yeah. This is Tony Martin's latest book. He does a lot of popular books like this, and we've been doing a game of like email telephone over the past 6 months. I need to try and get hold of him so I can bring him on as an interviewee on this channel. But he's been going around promoting this book called Life Sculpted. Tales of the animals, plants, and fungi that drill, break, and scrape to shape the earth. By Anthony J. Martin. It is really, really good stuff. And woodpeckers are one of the creatures he talks about in this book. Good stuff. Yeah. Let's see. Not finding that here. Interesting. But anyway. Good book. I recommend it. Tony Martin's got a very engaging style that it's at once didactic, you learn a lot, but it's very unpretentious at the same time. He weaves a lot of pop cultural references into his work. I think you'd like it a lot, and with any luck, we'll be interviewing him sometime soon. Need to reach out sometime soon. Is that a termite-eaten log section? It is indeed, Cassie Dreamer, yeah, right on the cover. Yeah. And hello, Mini Pie. Are you gonna make an appearance today, too, on our stream? It would be great to have you here, Mini Pie. Yeah, Mini, come here. Hey, we have a hat trick today. Can we get all 3 cats? Oh, you know that's... There we go. Wow, for the second time ever, we have a hat trick, aka cat trick, with Mini Pie. Oh, all 3 cats. Here comes Moon Pie too. Well, 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 Mini Pie. Well, well, well. Yeah. My goodness. All 3 cats today. Oh, shoot, all 3 cats are right here. Oh my goodness. Here. We've got Mini Pie, we've got Moon Pie, and we've got Sweetie Pie. All in the same spot. Holy cow. Wow. This is a first, chat. This is a first, to have them all in the same shot. Wow, wow, wow. Well, Mini Pie, here's your portion of the red. There you go. That good stuff? Did you just swallow that whole? I didn't even see you chew that. What? What? My goodness. My goodness, Mini Pie. Yeah, you just inhaled that. You respirated it. Yeah. What gives? What gives? Yeah. My goodness. If I don't eat your own hair, that's not good for you. That's exactly why I brush it off, so you wouldn't. Let's see, but all 3 cats in such close proximity. How are we so lucky? How are we so lucky? Huh? My goodness. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. I gotta make sure you don't climb on the back of the chair and scratch it all up with your claws like you did last time. Yeah. Good to see you, Minnie. Good to see you. I thought they were required to give advance notice. Yeah, they don't follow the rules. They're like a lot of landlords. Oh, like, you know what? I think I'm gonna need double rent this month. You know, I might need rent about 29 days early this month. Yeah. Can I brush you, Minnie? Would you like some brushing? What do you think? Yeah. Is that a yes? Good. There you go. Oh, good stuff. Let's get you brushed. Yeah, and Moon Pie, hello. We might have a feline showdown here. I've never had all 3 cats show up at my desk at the same time. Moon Pie is down below here, looking up at Mini Pie. Yeah. I feel like we need some different music, actually. I don't ever know to find that. Right, give me a second. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, Cat Showdown. Where's our showdown music? There we go. Ready for a showdown, Mini Pie? What do you think? Yeah. Who's that other cat you see right there? Is that Sweetie Pie? Or are you looking at Moon Pie? Looking quite intently here. Look at those eyes. What are you looking at? Yeah. My goodness. What do you think? Yeah. Get your schnoz out of that water. That's not for you. There you go. Oh, there goes Mini Pie. Okay. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Wow, this is our second hat trick ever, or cat trick, I guess. 3 cats, 1 stream. Good stuff. Yeah. Araya Thalium says, what kind of dinosaur is that? Well, Araya, you posted some dinosaurs earlier that we were looking at. Right here, a northern cardinal and a white-breasted nuthatch.
What are dinosaurs?
Samir Sanawale, thank you for the follow. And what are dinosaurs? Well, they're a kind of archosauromorph reptile. It also includes birds. Birds are themselves a kind of dinosaur. Good stuff. What are dinosaurs? Those are dinosaurs. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Anyway, Murph, good stuff. Thank you for posting. Let's move on now. Alexander Morrison has got a small flock of sandhill cranes. These big birds flew in and landed on the street beside me. Nice. And we walked alongside one another for a short while. Music by Brian Eng. Good stuff. Let's unmute there. Yeah. Lovely. Check that out. Alexander, these are... Oh man, sandhill cranes are so cool. Like their theropod dinosaur ancestors, you know, they've got this swagger as they walk. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Thanks for editing that together. This is brilliant stuff. I appreciate your effort here, Alexander. I know it takes effort. We have herons here in Oregon. We have them here in California too. Timorous Crutch, yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever seen a sandhill crane here in California. But I think Alexander Morrison is over on the East Coast. Florida, I want to say, but I could be wrong. Yeah, legs for days. I know, right? They got long legs, you know? Long leggy legs. They go all the way to the ground. Yeah. Look at that. All the way to the ground. Good stuff. Yeah. Vardia, I have seen a shoebill in person, but in a zoo. Never in the wild. Yeah. Good stuff. And long necky necks to go all the way to the head. It's true, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Not wrong. Anyway, Alexander Morrison, thank you for posting. Good stuff. Charcone has got a chickadee having a snack just above me. Well, look at that. Chickadee dee dee. Beautiful little passerine bird there. Chickadees are incredible little birds. Really, really cool. Yeah. We'll do some chickadee talk at some point, Charcone. Maybe not right now, but another time. They're very, very cool birds. They can actually adjust their metabolism, and they go into like a state of torpor. They can elevate their metabolism at certain times in order to keep themselves warm. And that is a chickadee, yes indeed. Yeah, that's called. And Lenina says it's almost springtime, so the grackles are out in full force trying to find a partner. The males are fun to watch because you'll see 2 to 4 of them close together with their feathers slicked back and their beaks pointed skyward. You can see this one doing it in the video. There's no pertinent audio, and my guess is it's a show of how fit and healthy they are. Oh, I like that reasoning there, Lenina. I tried to slowly pull forward for a better shot, but a car pulled up and blocked my shot. Obnoxious. Too many cars nowadays, and not enough birds. Let's get rid of some cars and have some more birds. Oh well, better luck next time. I'm hoping to get their puffy run dance and song that they do to impress the lady grackles. Well, well, well. Yeah, look at them. Hanging out under this minivan. Nice. Yeah. I love the long tails on these boat-tailed grackles. Kind of reminds me of like Archaeopteryx. Yeah. All hail the grackles. And may the Chevy Silverado minivans... It's just a minivan with a truck bed, you know? May they see a downturn in their numbers. And may the birds see a dramatic ascent. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. Very cool, Anita. Thank you for posting. Love that. Mayor of Space says, these guys look like they just got a 7-hour flight and are ready for bed. Yes. Spotted at New Smyrna Beach. They do look like they're ready to just take a long winter's nap. Or they're gonna complain to Jerry Seinfeld about, Jerry! What would they... Jerry! It's time to migrate! They do have a kind of George Costanza-esque aspect to them, with that ring of black feathers. What kind of gulls are these? I forget. We talked about them last week. Are they terns? No, they are terns. What kind of terns are they? Shoot, let's look at our tree of life again. Let's go to terns. And actually, let's see. Here we go. I think it was here. There we go. Yeah. Let's find our turns. Yeah. Goals and turns. Turns and naughties. Oh boy, what a silly name. Naughties. Turns. Is it a royal tern? What kind of tern is this? Royal tern, great crested tern, elegant tern. I don't think it's that one. It's a different kind of tern. Great crested tern. Royal tern? This one? Sterna maxima? Well. Good stuff, Mayor Space. Good stuff. Royal terns. Let's see if we can find a little video on them. Yeah. Nice. Jerry! Jerry! Good stuff. Terns are cool birds. They really are. Yeah. I could watch them all day, you know? But these are birds that will... They've got an elongated beak because they literally pluck fish out of the water on the wing. That's why they've got that long beak like that. Check it out. Oh, this is not what we're looking for. Yeah. But they will kind of fly over the water, and then they will use their long bill to pluck fish out as they are flying. Watch. See that? Blink. Watch. Blink. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool stuff. Thank you, Mayor of Space, for posting that there. Good stuff. Sculpin says, look like royal terns, yeah. Sculpin, ding. Yeah. A Baltimore Oriole. Well. Very cool. These are birds that love to eat citrus and stuff. I guess they also like suet. But yeah, Sculpin, this is nice. This is really nice. I like that a lot. Here, if you live on the East Coast and you want to attract orioles, then take a look at this. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Birdman Mel, and for today's backyard...
Hi, Birdman Mel. It's good to have you here.
Birding tip, we're going to talk about how to attract more orioles to your yard. The bright orange Baltimore Oriole is the one that most of us can attract when they arrive back each spring from their trip to South America for the winter. Orange is the color when it comes to attracting orioles.
Thank you, Uriah. I appreciate
that. Put out halves of juicy oranges when they arrive, and
means
you'll
lots to
soon
me.
have them flocking to your yard. I use my fence to make sort of a welcome runway to bring them into the yard. Besides oranges, orioles love jelly, especially grape jelly. And there's now
Grape
a
jelly?
simple feeder
Is there a
that you
particular
slip
brand?
on a jelly jar. It attracts them and they love it. Many people say by offering jelly, you keep the orioles in your yard for a longer time. When orioles will sometimes visit a
Smuckers.
hummingbird feeder, you'll find they're even more attracted to a bright orange oriole feeder filled with orange oriole nectar. Orioles are shy migrating birds, so start off offering their food away from human activity and then move it in closer for easier viewing. To encourage them to nest in your yard, offer strands of hair or yarn or baler twine. They will use these to make a long pendulum-looking nest, hopefully in your yard. Remember,
Very cool.
Orange is the color when it comes to Orioles.
Yeah. Here's another little video here. Leslie the Bird Nerd. Good stuff.
Spring is here, and many birds are returning to their breeding grounds, such as the beautiful Baltimore Oriole. Luckily, these birds have adapted well to human settlement and can be found nesting or feeding in your very own backyard. It will surely impress friends and family if you show them one of these birds at your feeder.
Human hair
They
sacrifice.
won't believe their eyes. In the United
From a redhead,
States
there
and
you go,
Canada,
yes,
the
yeah.
Baltimore Oriole is present typically only for about 4 to 5 months, between April and September, depending on...
Yeah, see, we don't get them here in California. In fact, according to this particular range map, California doesn't even exist. But how can that be? I'm here right now, aren't I? I mean... I don't... I'm just kidding. Oh. Let's get back to our Orioles. Yeah.
on the location. Their winters are spent in Central America. At the beginning of spring, they have to make a long journey north that leaves them hungry when they arrive. If everything is set up in your yard just as they like it and in time, it can be pretty easy to attract Baltimore Orioles. But if it isn't, it can be extremely hard.
Huh.
It's all down to timing and understanding what they eat and when they eat it. Some effort may be required, but once they start showing up, you could have them as regular guests.
There you go, crazy.
These guys aren't into seeds and
There's
nuts.
a link to this
Their
video.
bill isn't designed for them. Instead, it is insects, fruit, and flower nectar that make up their diet in the wild.
Anyway, this is a nice comprehensive video about how to attract Baltimore Orioles to your yard at various times of the year, and this is good information, and it's a little bit too long for for us here. So let's continue on, shall we? But lovely Baltimore Oriole there, Sculpin. Looks almost like he's got some suet in his nostrils there. I hope that was resolved. Oh boy. And you should have Bullock's Oriole in California. Really? Huh. Yeah, interesting. Huh. And Dame Karen says, I wonder how they got a taste for grape jelly. Oh boy, that reminds me of another bird thing. There's a bird in the UK. Which I think is here. Oh boy, it's, trying to search for this is a little tricky. But here's a kind of bird that developed an affinity for a different, like, human food source. Interesting stuff. Take a look.
It's not only humans who enjoy a drink of milk. People living all over the country are getting up in the mornings and finding their milk bottle tops torn off and some of the milk missing.
Actually, it was the cream, not the milk, that was missing.
Yep.
It's one of those things that folk of venerable years, such as myself, like to reminisce about. We were around during the milk bottle years.
Yeah.
You go out the front door and you say, those dratted blue tits have been at it again. I can see the little holes in the milk bottle tops. And I hadn't thought about that for
Clever,
years.
clever dinosaurs.
In those days, you had a milk bottle was put outside by your friendly milkman who was having an affair with your wife. That was absolutely standard. and they had these gold top things, these sort of silver paper thing on there. But blue tits and great tits learnt how to peck through them because there was cream on top.
Ooh, and they want that cream.
Blue tits and great tits are kind of inquisitive birds. They're always poking around and peeling off bits of bark and lifting up leaves, looking for food items.
Yeah.
And peeling off the lid of a milk bottle is not that different, really.
The extraordinary thing, and it is extraordinary, was that behaviour spread right round the country.
They taught each other.
This wasn't an example of evolution in action, but simply a case of individual birds watching and learning from each other.
Yep.
A process which scientists call cultural transmission.
Yep. They would
Birds
teach
are
each
doing
other
these
how to do
things
this.
all the time. It's just that with the milk bottles, we could see that cultural transmission.
Isn't that cool?
The milk bottle thing was like a little window into their world.
Yeah.
Even before the delivery of milk to the doorstep went into decline, the tits stopped pecking at the foil tops because of our changing tastes. As we became more health conscious, we switched to homogenized and skimmed milk, thus removing the cream from the top of the bottle.
Yep. What a cool car there. Yeah. The ingenuity of dinosaurs never ceases to amaze me. Birds have culture, yes indeed, Werewolf Gas, and here is a link to that video right there. Good stuff. Are they actively and intelligently teaching each other, though? I mean, they're certainly learning from each other. Whether it's the intention is in the teaching or whether there's just other birds observing this, you know, it's kind of tomato potato, you know, like it's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Yeah. Anyway, Baltimore Oriole. Pretty cool. From Baltimore. There's Sculpin. Good stuff. Yeah. And we're looking at stickers. I don't know what you're talking about. Stickers? Do I have stickers? What? Yeah. Yeah. Tarquin says, this little brown bird landed on the tree outside my window, possibly looking for nest materials. I'm not sure what kind of bird it is, but maybe a jay. Looks like a mockingbird to me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a mockingbird right there. Sweetie Pie, what do you think? Is that a mockingbird? What do you think? That looks like a mockingbird. That black streak across its eye. The fringes of black feathers along the wing right there. Looks like a mockingbird. That white throat. Yeah. Mockingbirds, I think, are related to jays. But let's look. Let's look up jays here. Magpies and jays. Yeah, over here. And how far are they from the mockingbirds? Okay, not as close as I thought. Not as close as I thought. Way further, actually. Huh. Anyway, this looks to me like a mockingbird. I don't think it's a shrike. I've never seen shrikes in, like, a suburban neighborhood like this. It does look like a shrike, but it doesn't... I don't know if that... Yeah. Huh. But yeah. Stickers on sale for your Teespring store. Oh, Beards, I don't know. I've never actually purchased one. I kind of forgot that existed. Yeah, I don't know if they're vinyl or what. Yeah. The big reason I've not done a lot of merch recently is because I don't push that stuff because I don't know what the quality is like. I prefer to produce merch myself. I do t-shirts and vinyl stickers and buttons and stuff like that, and it's been a long time since I've since I've made those. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I might do some soon, but I don't know how good those are beards. I'm not sure. Yeah, or what material they are. Yeah, Tarquin, I think that's a mockingbird. Very cool. Yeah, and you love your paleontologizing travel mug? That's good to hear, Lenina. Nice. All I have is a mug and then a shirt that I bought years ago, and I don't know if they still source the same blank shirts or what. So I really can't tell you what those are like. Axmon's got a downy woodpecker waiting his turn near my feeder. He spent most of his time keeping himself on the opposite side of a tree from me and hanging in any direction with no respect for gravity. You know, physics in general, woodpeckers are, they laugh in the face of physics. They're cool critters. Yeah. They're very cool critters. Lovely photo there, Axman, by the way. This is exquisite. Look at that. And look at those long claws that they use for clinging to branches. Woodpeckers, they tend to have claws of, like, fairly equal length on all of their toes. They're long and curved and for clinging to branches like this. Yeah. Good stuff. Very cool there, Axman. Very cool. Gets that grub. Yes, indeed. And Birds of Dawn says, "Oh, Cal, this looks like an African gray parrot. Destructive sometimes. Broke this priceless vase. My goodness. Yeah. They'll do that. I laughed at you when it did it. Yeah. No guilt on that face. No. Oh, that was a cool sound. Wow. Can I do that again? If a bird like this could press a button and then, like, cause a plane to crash into the side of a mountain, or cause a cruise ship to go over a waterfall and then explode, they would totally do it, you know? Yeah, just to see what sound it makes, you know? Yeah. There's no malice there. It's just pure intellectual curiosity. Very intelligent birds. Yeah. Take a look at this. Another parrot.
What made of? Glass. 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 Glass.
Amazing, right?
Glass. Glass. What's this made of? Glass. Glass. What made of? Glass.
Let's try this right here.
Hello everyone, time for the January mailbag. If you haven't seen your mail in the past 2 videos, it's because I had a misunderstanding with how the post office P.O. box works, so it...
Okay, remember, let's get to...
Crochet. Yeah, that's right. Been an avid...
we want to see the bird.
We have at this point.
Yeah.
Let's try this.
Oh. Who's this?
Hello everyone.
Yeah, go
Another African gray parrot right there.
We are live.
Nope.
We've got other birds too.
I'm just trying to offload the bird.
It's been raining all day.
Anyway, Apollo the parrot, cool critter. He is a cool critter.
Hey, no chewing.
No chewing.
Yeah, no chewing. No chewing on the window.
Step up. Go, step up. What's this?
These are keys. What's that made of? Can you say it better? What's this made of?
Paper.
What's that made of?
Paper.
No.
Paper.
That's made of metal.
Metal.
Yes, good bird. This is made of metal. You want to step up? Alright, where do you want to go?
This reminds me of a, I saw a post on Twitter somewhere, and it was like, having an African gray parrot is amazing because... Well, they said, like, I always know when my parrot is misbehaving, even when I'm not in the room. Because when he does something that he's not supposed to do, I'll say, no, don't do that. No. But if he's by himself and he's doing something that he knows is bad, something he's not supposed to do, and if I'm not around, he will say no to himself while he's doing it. And I found that so funny. Yeah, guilty conscience. There you go, Levianami. Very, very intelligent birds. Yeah. Yeah. Holy moly. Take a look at this.
Okay. It's going? Alright. Griff, you ready, bud? Do you want to get a nut? Yeah? Alright. Griff, look. Empty. Empty. Empty, empty. Yeah, they're all empty. You see? Alright, Griff, look. We both have nuts. We both have nuts. You ready? We're gonna hide the nut. No peeking, okay? Ready? This covered up, look. We still both have nuts. We still both have nuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're hiding the nuts now, Griff.
Okay.
We're hiding the nuts. All right, Griff,
Okay.
you ready? We're gonna cover them. They're all hidden. Are you ready, Griff? You gonna pay attention? Look. Empty. You see? It's empty. All right, Griff. Go boy.
Good parrot.
What a good birdie.
Just press again.
I think so.
That wasn't as impressive as I thought it was going to be. Hang on. Let's find a better video here. Let's try this.
We should all know parrots can articulate human words, but we may not be so sure whether they know what they are saying or are simply imitating sounds. The story of Alex the parrot and how a 30-year psychological experiment amazed everyone who heard it helps to provide an answer. Stay with Animal Wise to know more.
Okay. Let's get to it.
Origins of Alex and Irene. Alex was an African grey parrot born in 1976. When he was just over a year old, he came to be in the hands of American ethologist and psychologist Irene Pepperberg. Dr. Pepperberg named him Alex as an acronym for Avian Learning Experiment, as she was conducting a study at Indiana University, USA. Dr. Pepperberg's study. Irene wanted to teach Alex to
I
demonstrate
love a name that's also an
birds.
acronym.
Up until this point, science had claimed only primates had the ability to develop an understanding of language. It was believed that birds such as macaws, cockatoos, and other parrots could only imitate sounds without being aware of their meaning. To begin Alex's learning, Dr. Pepperberg decided to apply a teaching method based on 3 rules.
And Beards, that happens a lot. That happens a lot.
In this case,
when I went
Alex
to
was the
Moaning
student who
Caverns,
had to
they
watch
had signs there
interactions between the trainer
saying,
and the
please
model.
don't teach
The
our
model
birds swear
displaying
words.
desired student behavior.
Yeah.
The idea was for the trainer to say a word, which the model would imitate, and then receive a prize for doing so correctly. Alex would not only notice the model getting rewarded for imitating the word, but he would become jealous of the interactions and want to be involved. Alex began to respond like the model so that he could receive the reward, the result Irene hoped for. Alex's intelligence. After much learning, Alex was able to identify objects, numbers, colors, and shapes. He could also differentiate between sizes and see other differences between objects. He came to use his own vocabulary, which consisted of around 150 words, eventually identifying letters and phonemes. He said sorry when he was...
And Salamander says, wasn't that idea of primates based on something now debunked? Coco the gorilla? Yeah, Coco. Oh boy. That's a long story, but yeah. Yeah. It turns out that birds, like gray parrots, like Kias from New Zealand, like corvids, they may actually exhibit certain degrees of intelligence that primates, non-human primates, do not. You could make an argument, a strong argument, I think, that the most intelligent non-human animals on Earth are birds. Smarter than chimpanzees or gorillas or orangutans. Smarter than dolphins or whales, potentially. It depends on what you mean by smarter, but like they exhibit certain kinds of intelligence that are absolutely extraordinary. It's kind of mind-blowing. Here, I'll show you an example here. Take a look at this.
In an experiment that has never been tried before, this crow will be challenged to push its abilities to the next level.
We're looking to see if the crow can act out a three-step plan.
This is the crow. I think a New Caledonian crow.
And pull up the string to get the short tool, take the short tool to get the long tool, and then take the long tool to get the food. Oh, this should be really, I'm really fascinated by this. I really want to see if they're able to do it because I hope they can, but it may just be too long a distance between their first action with the string and the time
they make those connections in between, you know?
Once they're up
yeah.
on string pulling. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how this is going to go.
This is the first time this experiment has ever been attempted, and our cameras are there to record what happens.
Cool stuff. This might be a little demoralizing, I guess, Salamander, yeah. They have the imagination to put things together. Yeah, Dendra, it's kind of astonishing. Watch. So how do you get this stick? Gotta pull up on the string like that. And use your digits there to hold it there. This is like a complex behavior in and of itself. To get that stick. There you go. And then use that stick to get a longer stick. See, because it's too short for that. It's too short for that. You gotta get a longer stick. Yeah. You know, not to fault anybody too much, but there are members of Twitch chat who sometimes...
The crows have done amazingly well and really surprisingly well.
Can't figure this kind of thing out.
To be this good at these kind of problems.
None of you, of course, currently present members of chat. But, yeah. I'll get it one day, says Murph. You know, I'm right there with you. Yeah. But there are crows that have figured out things like water displacement. Or, here, take a look at this.
Dark wings. Dark words.
I don't know what that's a reference to, but okay.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault. You're watching Animal Logic, and this month, we're doing animals from Game of Thrones. Animals play a big, if uncredited, part in the Game of Thrones universe, and none is more prevalent than those big black birds. Crows and ravens have a symbolic function in the books and TV shows. They're typically associated with death and are portrayed as all-seeing and prophetic in dream sequences. And rather than relying on owls for message delivery a la Harry Potter, Westeros citizens use ravens to send messages between their many, many castles. Crows and ravens have been used as symbols of death, mostly because they will scavenge carcasses, hence the phrase murder of crows. But they've equally been cast as mythological tricksters.
Oh, Mayor
which
Space.
really makes a lot of sense.
I was thinking about
Crows
that the
and
other night,
ravens
bro.
are closely related birds and belong to the corvid family, which is also home to blue jays, magpies, and nutcrackers. What all the corvids have in common is that they are smart. In fact, crows are arguably amongst the most intelligent animals on the planet, with recorded EQs that rival some apes. We don't train them to deliver messages between castles, but they have been seen using tools, playing, and using deception. All things that are really only seen in ape species, like chimpanzees, and humans, of course. Recent studies have gone as far as to say they might be as intelligent as a 7-year-old child. The study put through a battery of tests designed to challenge their understanding of cause
Water
and effect.
displacement.
In this example, they were able to choose heavier items over floating items to raise the water of a test tube and obtain food. Their problem-solving abilities match those associated with a 5th grade student. They're smarter than a 5th grader.
Wow. At least in that regard, talking about stuff like water displacement, you know? Amazing.
It's no wonder that crows are so intelligent. Relative to their body size, their brain is actually proportionally the same as that of a chimpanzee. Scientists at the university...
Although, to be fair to chimpanzees, this is a volant animal. It flies. It's got an extraordinarily lightweight body. And so when you're talking about EQ, encephalization quotient, the mass of the body is going to be much lower in a flying animal because they're adapted for flight. They have to be lightweight to fly. So it's kind of easier to have a larger brain compared to the mass of your body in that sense. And I think they go by mass there and not volume, but it could be volume. I don't know. I think it's mass, though. Anyway. The thing about birds that you got to realize is that sometimes, even if they don't have a very large brain, they can still be very smart. And it's because bird brains are, I guess to put it, to grossly oversimplify it, bird brains are more efficient than mammal brains. They can be smaller and still have as much or more processing capacity than a larger mammal brain. Birds are well adapted for flight. That is kind of the core of what they are. You know, they are adapted for a volant existence, for flying through the air. So they've got to be as efficient and lightweight as possible. And so they can have a lot of processing power without as much volume to brain because they're adapted for that. You know, hundreds of millions of years of evolution have shaped them in that direction. Yeah. In computer terms, they're overclocked. There you go, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Yeah. Very condensed, says Levianavi. Yeah. Yeah. Without being dense, though. Condensed almost implies like it's the same mass, but just less volume. These guys, there's also less volume. There's less mass and there's less volume. They're just more efficient that way.
University of Tübingen in Germany were among the first to research the physiology of the crow's cognitive abilities. Among the experiments they conducted was a memory test.
Oh, and Pancake Bear Trap, thank you, Lenina, for reposting this. So you know how we always talk about the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs because the avian dinosaurs are still around? Yes. That's what we're talking about today, Thursday BIRDSday. How were the birds able to survive all these millions of years, especially given the non-avian dinosaur extinction? They almost didn't. It was luck. It was luck, really. So when that asteroid hit 66 million years ago, here's a rough breakdown for the percent of species count that went extinct in these different groups. So for the non-avian dinosaurs, it's 100% of them that went extinct. They all died out. 90% of mammals, right there. 92% of lizards and snakes. About 22% of turtles. About 40% of freshwater fishes. About 20% of crocodiles and champsosaurs. 22% of salamanders and their relatives. 94% of birds also died out. Birds almost went completely extinct back then. Just a little bit of bloomin' luck, says Mayor of Space, and right as usual. Yeah. Only a few, very few lineages of birds survived this catastrophic event, they almost went extinct entirely. It was a bad day to be a critter on planet Earth when that asteroid hit. Enough to bottleneck? Yes, Shasta Dice say. Yes, there seems to have been a big bottleneck there. Where, like, all the birds that had teeth, for instance, died out. There were a bunch of different lineages of toothed birds that went extinct at the boundary there. Let's see. Yeah, this video talks about that a bit. We won't watch the whole thing right now, but
1861,
part of it.
A man working in a Bavarian quarry discovered a fossil that would change the way we think about birds. The fossil was of a single beautiful feather exquisitely preserved in limestone from the Jurassic. But the feather turned out to belong to an animal that was unlike any other bird humans had ever seen. Nearby, the remains were found of Archaeopteryx, a creature that by all accounts was bird-like. But it had some very weird features, like a long bony tail and claws on its fingers. It also didn't have the large breastbone of modern birds. And it had teeth. Experts are still arguing over...
Anyway, so toothed birds, blah, 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 blah. And antiornithines, neornithines, extinction event. Let's go to neornithines, yeah. Yeah.
These are the neornithines. Their fossils are still very rare, but in the past couple of decades, paleontologists have found bones of the very earliest members of this group. One of the best known is a 68-million-year-old duck relative from Antarctica called Vagavus. And its remains show us that even by the late Cretaceous, it was already well adapted to swimming and diving. So today, we finally have enough fossils of different kinds of birds to know that about 66 million years ago, there were both toothed birds and toothless birds from many different groups, and generally, they were all doing just fine. Until the Cretaceous period ended in extinction. There were many causes behind the extinction event that killed off the non-avian dinosaurs.
I don't know. This feels very wishy-washy to me. There's a general consensus that's forming that it was the asteroid what done it. You know? Sure, there were volcanic eruptions happening at the time, and there were other environmental changes that were happening, as they've always done, but it seems to have been the asteroid impact that just, like a flash, literally a flash, I guess, caused the extinction of these groups. Yeah.
But when it came to birds, and most everything else, the worst was probably the asteroid impact in the Gulf of Mexico. The impact set off huge fires that destroyed entire forests and vaulted dust into the atmosphere, probably blocking much of the sunlight for years. For birds, their odds of survival might have come down to a number of factors, including how big they were, where they lived, and what they ate. For example, if you lived in trees like most opposite birds did, you were in the worst possible place in the aftermath of the impact. Not only was your habitat suddenly gone, but if you ate plants, it would be weeks or months before any new growth would be available. And if you ate meat, there was almost nothing around to hunt. But if you were smaller and lived on the forest floor, there's a chance you could have found shelter. And it might have been a lot easier for you to find food, like seeds on the ground. Likewise, if you were aquatic, your habitat and your food supply might have been less disturbed by the fires. So out of what may have been thousands of species of dinosaurs
birds died out, though. That's not a good example.
Only 3 groups of neornithines had that perfect survivor's combination of being small, ground-dwelling or aquatic, and seed-eating.
Yep, that seems to have been what allowed just a few birds to survive when 94% of the bird species around the world died out. So yeah. All of the birds that had teeth died out, by the way. And when I talk about teeth, I'm not talking about the serrations like on the bills of certain like anseriform birds or mergansers or something like that. I'm talking about true socketed teeth like dinosaurs had. You know, teeth in sockets that a bunch of birds had prior to this. Like Ichthyornis, for instance. This famous toothed bird who is also right here. Right there. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, bird intelligence, bird teeth, bird survival. Let's move on here. We've got many more birds to cover, so let's get through it. Birdsday, thank you for showing us this wonderful destructive theropod here. Shattered this priceless vase. From the Ming Dynasty, I presume. Just broken. So a bird could hear the sound it made. Salute to that kind of curiosity. And Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. Are you gonna come say hello? I see you licking your chops. You want another treat? I only gave you one today. What was the bird intelligence video you were watching? Dino Danny 90. It was... Let me find it for you. It was here.
Makes a lot of sense. Crows and ravens are closely related birds and belong to the corvid family, which is also home to blue jays, magpies, and nutcrackers. What all the corvids have in common is that they are smart. In fact,
very smart.
crows are arguably amongst the most intelligent animals on the planet.
There's a link there.
Recorded EQs that rival some apes. We don't train them to deliver messages between castles, but they have been seen using tools, playing, and using deception. All things that are really only seen in ape species, like chimpanzees, and humans, of course. Recent studies have gone as far as to say they might be as intelligent as a 7-year-old child. The study put the crows through a battery of tests designed to challenge their...
Sweetie Pie is eating a bunch of Moon Pie's fur that's left there on the floor. I'm gonna have to throw this away, so she doesn't do that anymore.
Understanding of cause and effect. In this example, they were able to choose heavier items over floating items to raise the water of a test tube and obtain food. Their problem-solving abilities match those associated with a 5th grade student. They're smarter than a 5th grader. It's no wonder that crows are so intelligent. Relative to their body size, their brain is actually proportionally the same as that of a chimpanzee. Scientists at the University of Tübingen in Germany were among the first to research the physiology of the crow's cognitive abilities. Among the experiments they conducted was a memory test in which the crows were shown an image on a computer. They were then shown 2 images on a touchscreen, one of which was the original, and had to use their beaks to identify which image had been on the computer. Sometimes the bird was challenged to identify the image that differed from the original, and even when the request was switched, the crow was able to correctly discern between the two. For further proof of corvid's legendary intelligence...
Although, that's not a crow, that's a raven right here. She keeps saying crow, but that's a raven. Anyway, you got the link to the video. Let's continue on here. Very smart birds, and so are African gray parrots. Holy cow. Good stuff. Let's... Steely Dan says, I missed getting a picture of it, but I thought I saw a hawk earlier today. It turned out to be a really fat pigeon instead. Pretty impressive, actually. In lieu of the pudgy pigeon, here's another grackle pick. Nice tail on this one. That's a gorgeous tail on that grackle. Holy moly. I love birds with long tails like this. It almost reminds me of Archaeopteryx, you know? Archaeopteryx with that long, bony tail. These guys don't have a bony tail, but they make up for it with their long shafted feathers like this. Very cool. Yeah. Boat-tailed grackle? I don't know, Golganek. I'm not sure. Here, let's look up grackles on our Tree of Life again and see how many species there are. Grackles. Quiscalus is the genus. And Neil says, I love the colors that appear when the light is just so. Yeah, that's iridescence there, Neil. What that is like we're barely able to perceive the very edge of their coloration there, because it goes partway into the ultraviolet spectrum, which we can't perceive. Birds can see more colors than we can. We're seeing just a very threshold of that. Just a tease there, Neil. Yeah. Many grackles. 6 species of them. Yeah, very cool. Probably a boat-tailed grackle that you saw there, or a common grackle. They're, Steely Dan. Very nice, very nice. Yeah. Bette Midler's got 4 mallards in flight at a local park in South Minneapolis. That's a beautiful photo. I like the composition. And they look... Are those mallards? I guess they are mallards, yeah. Captured the flight stroke there very beautifully. That's good stuff there. Bette Midler, that's good stuff. I like it. I like it. Thanks for posting. And Salamander says, what a handsome feller. Look at that gull right there. Oh, man. Yeah, fight the power. You know what that reminds me of? I feel like we look at this every week. Yeah. This, of course, reminds me of that. Yeah, fight the power. Good stuff, Salamander. Good stuff. I love gulls. Yeah, they don't get nearly enough respect. Outside of Utah, where they are worshipped as divine beings, gulls in most parts of the world are not respected enough. And Timmer's Crutch, I'm glad you liked the collab stream last night. It was a ton of fun. And Arg has got some robins taking a bath here. Well, well, well. Look at them. Good stuff. You know it's almost springtime when the robins are bathing. Yeah. Beautiful. The American robin is the state bird of... I think about 49 of 50 U.S. states. State birds map. I'm exaggerating, but here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, the robin is the state bird of both Wisconsin and Michigan. Okay, 2 U.S. states, at least. Wisconsin, Michigan. Yeah. You know what? Michigan actually has the opportunity to do something weird and cool here. Michigan should make a state law whereby the Upper Peninsula of Michigan has a different state bird than the Lower Peninsula. That would be cool. I'm just saying, they should. You know? Yeah. They should. And Beard says, European robins are much cuter. I mean, says you. Our robins are thrushes. Your robins are, like, related to sparrows or something? I don't know. Here. Let's look up American robin here. And give me just a second. Let's see here. Yeah. Let's see if this will work. Looks like it will. Here we go. Yeah, American robin. There we go. I believe they're thrushes, right? Yeah. American robin. Turdus migratorius. Which I think is a kind of thrush, isn't it? Yeah, it's in there with a white-shinned thrush, white-eyed thrush. It's a thrush there. Whereas the European robin is not. The European robin... Yeah. European robin is over here. Well, it's related to flycatchers, I guess. in chats and red stars. Huh. So many good Scrabble words within ornithology. But the American robin, is a thrush. American robin. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff, Arg. Good stuff. Yeah. Lady Fiend says, outside our main window, we've got birds. That looks like a chickadee and, something else? Or are those... Is that a chickadee or is that a great tit? This is entirely dependent on the geography. That might be a great tit there. Lady Fiend, but cool stuff, cool stuff. Classic Thursday BIRDSday photo taken from one's own home. Some of them have yellow chests, some might be yellow-bellied flycatchers. I'm guessing this based on their wing colors. Some might be yellow-breasted chads. It's a house. Interesting. Oh, this is really cool, Lady Fiend. This is really cool. Here, I need to embiggen these. Let's zoom in and enhance. Yeah, interesting. I do not know my European birds well enough to be able to make confident identifications. Yeah. Cool. Oh, you're in Utah. Oh, those are chickadees then, right? Dude. Yeah, that's probably a black-capped chickadee, I'm guessing. Black-capped chickadee. Although these ones look... I don't know. You've got me kind of stumped there. Huh. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Lady Fiend, you know about iNaturalist, right? You know about that program and how you can use that for identifying different organisms, including birds? It's a wonderful tool for this kind of thing. It will improve your birdwatching experience. And yeah, northern flickers are really neat. Flickers in general are very cool. Good stuff. Neilf, it's got feeding pelicans, brown pelicans. Not exactly plunge diving, but a hop and a dip from about 4 feet. Kind of a half-hearted feeding attempt, but they're just goofing around in a group, you know? They're just having a larf there. Good for them, Neilf. This happens to be the last dinosaur to be featured in the 1993 film Jurassic Park. The last dinosaur was not Tyrannosaurus. It was the brown pelican. And I think the final shot of the film, or one of the final shots. Yeah, good stuff. And that is our final bird for Thursday BIRDSday. Let me show you mine. This was just yesterday. Here we go. I might need some help identifying this one, actually. This was on the beach in Alameda, California. I think it's either a godwit or a whimbrel. And I'm not totally sure which one. Here. So they've got sometimes a slightly upturned bill, dark on the end, kind of pink on the proximal end. I don't know if this is a whimp. No, it's too short. That bill is way too short and it's too gray. What is this? Wimbrel has got a curved bill. It's not going to be that. Could be a willet.
Hello. The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
And a Vilosaurus Rex, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Holy cow. We are at the tail end of Thursday BIRDSday here, Vilosaurus. We are celebrating the fact that, strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. We still have birds today. Birds are the only surviving group of dinosaurs. Birds evolved from small, two-legged, feathered, meat-eating dinosaurs. And so as a result, dinosaurs are not extinct. In fact, we have how many species of living dinosaur today?
Over 9,000!
A tremendous number. Over 9,000 species of living birds, and hence over 9,000 living species of dinosaurs. And yeah, there you go, Vilosaurus, yeah. Yeah. They still got that ferocity to them. Vilosaurus knows what they're talking about there, yeah. Anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about natural history, talking about extinction and evolution, and dinosaurs in particular, because that's what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. So we're, every Thursday we talk about birds, and we look at images posted to the Discord from members of this community of birds. We just kind of celebrate birds on Thursday BIRDSday. So we're almost done with that here. Anyway, Vilosaurus Rex, enough about me. How was your stream? How did it go? Tell me how it went. I want to hear about what you were up to. Looks like you were doing some dynamite. Sounds explosive. Good stuff. Yeah. I'm very excited because there's a museum nearish to me that's opening up a new exhibit that's the most complete T-Rex fossil in the world. It has Sue? Vilosaurus? We were just talking about Sue yesterday. Unless you're talking about the museum in North Carolina. Yeah. Oh, Steam is doing a dinosaur... Oh, really? Very cool, Vilosaurus. Steam is doing a dinosaur fest? Neat. And yeah, okay, North Carolina. Yeah, yeah. The, one of the scientists behind that whole thing, Lindsay Zano, I was at a conference with her back in June in Salt Lake City. That is a big deal. Yeah... Yeah, here we go. Take a look at this.
Yeah, exciting day here at the museum. We just moved all of the Dueling Dinosaurs blocks into the new lab space. There are 8 blocks total, which amounts to about 31,000 pounds of Montana soil and fossil through a combination of tight spaces and machine skates and heavy machinery. We brought the biggest of the blocks in through the front of the museum through our nano wall, which is a big accordion door that opens up into.
I think that's Lindsay right there, actually. It looked like her.
Through
Yeah, that's her. That's Lindsay Zano right there.
Through our nano wall, which is a big accordion door that opens up into a 13-foot wide space. The other ones we slowly moved using pallet jack.
This video is from like a few months ago.
Lobby of the museum and into the back door of the lab.
Yeah.
So this is where these blocks are going to stay for at least 5 years, the next 5 years, as we work on them, study them, consolidate them, and prepare them. So they're not going anywhere. And then once they're finished here being worked on in the lab, then hopefully they'll go across to our other building where they'll be displayed in our dinosaur hall.
Yeah. Cool stuff. That is, oh man, is that program expanding. And they're doing some cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Whether or not that is Tyrannosaurus is up for debate, though. There's a whole controversy about that. I think that it is T-Rex. I think it is Tyrannosaurus. but there are other paleontologists who think that it's a different kind of Tyrannosaur entirely. They call it Nanotyrannus. And this is a controversy that we've been talking about a lot on my channel. This is a 3D printed skull of either a juvenile T-Rex, which is my viewpoint, or, depending on who you ask, Nanotyrannus. Yeah, but this is life-size, 3D printed. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, and Dinosaur Day, I really have to wrap up this stream. I gotta eat some dinner soon and get ready for some other stuff, but 700 dinosaurs in it. We will check that out soon, Dinosaur Dave, and I'll wait till you're around to take a look. I don't want you to miss that. But yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Next time, yeah. Oh, and very cool, Sir Yogi won the Melbourne Museum. Neat. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Before you came in here, Villosaurus Rex. A pleasure to meet all these paleopals. It's not your first time here, is it, Villosaurus Rex? I'm glad you're here, and thank you for bringing your viewers. Love your name, by the way. We were trying to figure out what is this bird that I spotted the other day. Yesterday, in fact. And it's not a whimbrel. It could be a dunlin. Oh, I don't think it's a dunlin. And it is your first time here. Holy cow, Villosaurus Rex. Well, shoot. I hope you come back sometime soon. You kind of caught us at the tail end of our stream today. It's streaming for 5¼ hours so far.
Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show?
Villosaurus, thank you for the follow. Welcome. If you are interested in dinosaurs, and it seems like you are, Villosaurus, I hope you like it here. You know, we've got a great community, and as a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaurs. I talk about them 5 days a week. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I dig up dinosaurs during the summer. We're going to be doing that again this summer, with any luck. Thank you, Lenina, for gifting Villosaurus. Appreciate that, thank you.
They have given
Look, we're getting very close to our sub goal for this week. Excellent. But yeah, this past summer, I was digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah, and live streaming it. So we'll be doing that again this next summer, looks like.
Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's great to have you here. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can't. Yeah, excellent. Good. Yeah. Well, hello, everybody, and greetings from wild and beautiful eastern Utah. Digging here in the Cedar Mountain Formation, the very, very beginning of the Cretaceous period. And we just got here last night.
Yeah.
Started to set up camp. We finished setting up camp this morning, or mostly finished anyway. And we opened up the quarry today. So, welcome everybody. You are in for such a treat. Yeah. Anyway, let me introduce myself real quick.
Yeah, I already did that. Anyway, if you want to check out these VODs from last summer, these are the ones from Utah right here. And then I was also digging in Wyoming as well. And we've got a bunch of VODs here. I streamed almost every day that I was in the field this past summer. Looking forward to doing that even more this next year. Yeah. So yeah, oh man, I'm getting tired though. It is about time for me to wrap up this stream right now. Villasaurus Rex, thank you again so much for your raid. And, Salamander, that could have been a greater yellow legs. Our mystery bird here. Where do they live, though? Do we have them here? Non-breeding resident. And we do! In the San Francisco Bay Area, yeah. The legs didn't look that yellow, though. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta get... I thought this was funny. Life is better with bread. I was gonna send that to Snail Chaser. But... I don't think the legs are yellow enough. Yeah. Anyway, I'll see if I can figure it out and maybe report back tomorrow. But for right now, we've got to wrap things up here. So let's put an Archaeopteryx under our credits. This same Archaeopteryx right here. There we go. And let's go ahead and wrap this thing up. Don't go away just yet, chat. We're going to raid into somebody else. Maybe doing some science on Twitch at present. Let's see here. Oh, or you know, Yogurt Garrel is streaming right now. It's been a while since we've said hello to her. Let's go see what Yogurt Garrel is up to, shall we? Oh wait, no, she just ended her stream. Shoot. Bad luck. Let's go say hello to... Let's go say hello to Astro Canuck, doing some science and technology. Leap Day stream. Why have a Leap Day? Oh, that's gonna be cool. Let's go see what Astro Canuck is up to. Yeah, we didn't even talk about Leap Day on my stream today. But everybody, thank you for another wonderful stream. I hope you had a good time today. Did that not work? There we go. Now it worked. Thank you for everything today, everybody. Financial support, your chat messages, your enthusiasm, your raids, your follows, your moderators. We'll be streaming again tomorrow with some more fossil news, paleontology Q&A, dinosaur discussion, and all that good stuff. Everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go see what Astro Canuck is up to, huh? I'll see you there. Take care, everybody.